All right, everybody. This is a broadcast of the Ebony Star Network, sponsored by the E Nation. Gangsta Talk. We're going to be talking about being raised in hate. I had a very interesting conversation yesterday with a brother that I haven't seen in a long time. He popped up on the panel, and I'm going to play back the conversation that we had, and I'm going to talk about it. Sometimes you don't learn until you hear something again. And then you learn a lot about yourself. You learn about what was said. And so we're going to talk about those things up next. So here we go. It's Gangster Talk, raised in hate. All right, Dan. All right. What's going on, everybody? It's Gangster Talk. I am the Black Knight. With me always by my side, the Lady Knight, Miss Dame Frankie. Dame, get that ticker going, please. Shout
It's
out to
going.
everybody in the chat. Huh?
It's going.
Okay, I'm frozen. I'll be right back.
Okay. All right, everybody. Hi, Mika. That's okay. We was end up being later than we expected. Hi, Hassan. Hey, Joe. Where's my? I'm looking forward to the donut since you carry a bag of donuts with you. Yeah. So yeah, yeah. So yeah. Peace, Pie. They gone for the day. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's why I tell everybody, hey, if I offer you a donut or your cookies, you better grab them now. Cause there ain't gonna be none later. All right. Can you hear me? You back?
Am I back?
Okay. Hello. Time to make the donuts. Okay. All right. So we're gonna try it back again. Yeah. So as I said, sometimes when you um when you listen to a situation again, um you learn some things and you see things a little bit more clearly than you was in it. So so some of it was eye opening. Some stuff caught that didn't catch before.
All right, I am back.
Hmm.
Can you hear me?
Yes, can hear you
All
clear.
right, all right, thank you. All right, everybody, welcome to Gangsta Talk, this edition of Gangsta Talk. We're going to be talking about race and hatred, and I'll let you know what I mean by that in a minute. I want to direct your attention to a conversation that took place on this very platform last night. A brother showed up that I haven't seen in a long time by the name of Alfonso McGriff. And go check out his channel. It's called Make It Plain. Very heady brother, very high perspective type brother. Really believes in the highest state of consciousness, and there's nothing wrong with that. I do believe that Black people should strive to get to a higher state. Period. Whether it be consciousness, whether it be living conditions, health, whatever higher state of existence we can get to, I do believe that that's something we should be striving for every single day. However, I do think that there are unrealistic expectations put on Black people. And I think that sometimes when we go through journeys in life and we overcome many, many obstacles, we develop a belief in ourselves that's really, really powerful. And sometimes that power is overwhelming and it spills over into other people to where it doesn't fit. And we tend to look at those people as if they were us, as if they were you and I, and we were strong enough to overcome our shortcomings. So we put an unrealistic expectation on them to overcome their shortcomings without being fair in assessing what their capabilities are. So to paint everything with a broad brush, I think is a mistake, even when we're talking about a higher state of consciousness. So yesterday we was critiquing a video by Hassan Campbell and Zaza Ali. It was a vicious exchange. Well, yeah, pretty much a vicious exchange because there was disrespect on one side, and then there was a retaliation to the disrespect on the other side. Now, we're going to play the conversation. And one thing about me is I'm a slow learner, and I say that with pride. Now, people would say, Max, you're a slow learner, you're dumb. Well, that's what you want to believe. If that's what you believe slow learning is all about, you believe that people who learn slowly are dumb, that's your prerogative. But I happen to think something different. I like to learn slow. I like to really understand what I'm learning. That's why I take my time learning things. I go over things sometimes over and over, just so I have a real clear understanding. I like to master what I understand. That way I can always recall it in my mind at will. So slow learning works for me. I'm not saying it works for everybody else. It works for me. So sometimes I like to listen to some things over and over again, go back and take a sit down and really have a drink and just listen. Listen to how I sound, listen to the words I said, listen to what was said to me. Did I really understand where this person was coming from? Did I get overzealous? Was I erroneous in my intent when I responded, all kinds of things, right? So, um, before we play it, let me give you a quick backstory. We was having a discussion about people allowing other people to control their emotions. And we run into a lot of people online, well, at least for me, online, who seem to have achieved some kind of consciousness that I haven't seen from other Black people. I've only actually encountered it on social media. A higher state of consciousness. People are surfing around social media talking about high vibration, low vibration. I'm not sure what that means. I've never really been a fan of symbolic expression. I think that when we use that kind of talk, it pretty much puts someone down or puts someone, in a lower area or a higher area when you really don't understand the psychological makeup of that person. You just assume because you had one encounter with that person that you understand their psychological makeup. So for some reason you feel that you could put them in either this high state of consciousness or this high vibration or this low vibration type situation. The high vibration meaning that you are complimentary and accepting of the person, and the low vibration means that you are repulsing the person and not accepting the person because you feel that they are low vibrational. I don't engage in that kind of talk because to me, I think that kind of talk is destructive. I know some scholars run around here calling themselves high vibrational beings and stuff like that. I just think that kind of thinking is destructive because what it does is it separates people. It kind of creates another class system. We're high vibrational over here. You're low vibrational over there. And so when we're doing that, then we can't have a conversation with each other because now there is some discontent getting in the way of that because some people are going to feel some kind of way that you put them in a low vibrational box while putting yourself in a high vibrational box. So it kind of creates that you think you're better than me syndrome, or who do you think you are syndrome. See, these kinds of things are destructive. This is why I don't subscribe to any of this conscious stuff. It kinds of, in some kind of way, it makes a person appear that they're better than another person. Okay, so that's my take on that. And people fancy themselves as scholars. Now, one thing I did agree with Sarah Campbell about, we have all these scholars around here, right? And so we need more builders if we're going to make any kind of headway in this world. We have to start building. We have enough scholars. We have enough thinkers. We don't have enough builders. We don't have anything tangible that we can hold on to that can propel us forward as a people. At some point, we're going to have to acquire tangible things to help move us forward. Land, property, wealth. See, we can be scholars, okay? We can be scholars. I'd rather be wealthy, a wealthy landowner who has power and has the ability to create a change in a situation rather than an academic that has absolutely no power to do anything. Because you see, if you have the power to do nothing, then you will teach that to other people because you have the power to do nothing. So what can you pass down to another person in your teachings? You can only pass down what you are in your high level vibration or your high level scholarly scholarly way of thinking. So if you're powerless with your scholarship, then that is what you're going to pass down. And the things that you teach to the people will make them powerless. And they will not be able to create a natural thought that will allow them to invoke change in their life. So we have to be very careful about who we're listening to. When we talk about scholars and philosophers, beings who say that they are reaching higher states of consciousness. Now, there's a lot of stuff that we deal with every day in life that we just can't gloss over. Some people want to just gloss over things and say that we dwell in the negative. We're born in the negative. We don't dwell anywhere. We live in the negative. We spend most of our time striving for positivity and getting out of the negative. We were born in hatred. We were cultivated in hatred. We live in an environment of hate. We were raised in hate. And it hasn't gone anywhere. We're still in such an environment. So every day we have to strive to create a positive road out of the hatred and hope that that road leads us to some kind of prosperity or some kind of positive way of living. So we have to strive every day. We just can't ignore where we come from, what we are, who we are. I'm sorry, what we are, where we're from, and how we live. It's not dwelling if you choose to acknowledge the reality. Some people want to get away from the reality, and I get it. There's enough misery that we deal with every day that I can't blame someone for not wanting to, mention it, act like it's not there, act as if it never existed, don't want to deal with it. I get all of that. But it doesn't mean that it has gone anywhere. And so when we have individuals who achieve certain things in their life that they're proud of, certain things that the average person hasn't achieved, some of us tend to say, well, I did it. You can do it. Well, that sounds good for an after school special. It sounds good on TV. But in reality is something different altogether. When you're dealing with situations in real time, when you have to think on your feet or you have to think and switch thoughts in a split second, the reality is completely different from what we want it to be when we say, I can do it and you can do it too. Sometimes that's not possible. Sometimes you can do it and someone else can't do it. And we tend to think that it's taboo to say something like that, right? It's blasphemous to say that a person cannot do something. Because some people are looking, I don't believe that, I don't believe that. Well, if you don't believe that, then you're not in touch with reality. Because in reality, everybody can't do everything. It's about a person's capability. It's about what they're capable of. There's so many factors go into what a person can do. There's a long list of factors. One of those factors is called want to. Does a person want to do something different? Do they want to change? Do they have the want to think on a higher intellectual level? Want to is very, very tricky because you see, you can have other attributes that say, hey, man, you're ready to go to the big leagues, you're ready to rise up. But that want to is preventing you from doing it. I've traveled the world, I've run into all sorts of people with all kinds of problems. I'm a very successful person. I've worked hard. There are people who are successful for all kinds of reasons, and there are people who are unsuccessful for all kinds of reasons. I think it's unrealistic that we say that the reason why some people are unsuccessful is because the reasons that they're unsuccessful don't exist or they're figments of their imagination. Real things, real tangible things keep people from achieving their goals every day. It's about the person's psychological makeup, how hard they can push themselves, how much they want to, and other attributes that come along with that that will allow a person to achieve a higher anything. So with that being said, then fire up your F. Oh no, we ain't got to do the FBI. It's our it's our
Oh,
podcast.
yeah, but
Huh?
we're gonna do it be safe because they did do that to somebody.
They did?
Yeah, it's like, what is mine?
Wow. So we got to do the FBI on our own stuff, huh?
Yeah, we covering our bases here, and so we ain't giving them no excuse. This channel may contain content not authorized for use by its owner is authorized by the owner. However, according to Section 107 of the Copyright Act of the United States, the fair use, I repeat, the fair use of copyrighted work for purposes such as criticism, oh, definitely, comments, oh, we're doing that, news reporting, only for those who don't know, teaching, we'll learn something new today, scholarship or research, well, personal research, is not an infringement of copyright. All right, we covered our bases. We done.
All right, and so fire it up. Okay, so y'all, this is going to be a conversation that I had yesterday with a brother. Like I said, I haven't seen Alfonso. I haven't talked to him in a while. Good brother, man. I learned a lot from that brother. This is, trust me, by no way, shape, or form is this meant to be any kind of disrespect towards Mr. Alfonso. I have a lot of respect for this brother. But we're going to talk about this conversation that me and him had yesterday. All right, fire it up, Dan. So what's going on, brother?
The book I'm writing has a lot to do with what I was listening to with that stream with Hassan and Jaja Ali. And my perspective is, as long as we hold other people responsible for our emotions and how we feel, then we put ourselves in a weak position. Zaza is a brilliant woman, but I've watched her constantly over the years have these negative emotional outbursts because somebody pushed her button or set her off or trolled her, and she has this thing where she gotta respond to people. And we have a greater opportunity to control ourselves than we do to try to control other people. And so if somebody can say something in a conversation that transitions us into this out of control yelling and screaming and cussing place, the person who said what they said is not the problem. The person who's reacting in a negatively emotional manner is the problem for themselves. You can't blame somebody for making you respond that way. And I've watched Zaza do that for years, and she hasn't done anything to get a handle on it. I've watched her do streams, and people are commenting, and she'll go all the way to the left off the subject matter for like 30 minutes because somebody in the stream said something. And the
Okay,
comments.
stop it right there, Dave. All right, now you see, now here's the problem I have. Okay, we already have in a situation to where the woman is already in the spotlight. Now we've been having situations where black women have been under constant attack, and there's never been any blame on the side of the man. Now we're saying that we're not engaging in gender wars, but here we are spotlighting a woman again who was responding to what she felt was disrespect, but she had every right to. Okay, and so saying that we allowing other people to control how we feel, to me, that's not a fair assessment of any person. Because in real life, we get triggered, we get provoked. If being provoked wasn't a real thing, then we wouldn't have people retaliating at all to whatever's being said. Now, we all know that not to be realistic, right? Now, we can try our best to ignore certain things and move on from certain things. I'm not saying that we can't strive to be better, but to frame it that way and take away the human aspect of it, I think it's disingenuous. Because in reality, people get provoked. Negative energy is negative energy. People say things that provoke people. We've lived this way our entire lives. I don't know all of a sudden why that's not understood. Now, Hassan came on the panel and said some pretty brutal and disrespecting things to the women on the panel. Okay? We're going to admonish the women for not either getting off the phone or responding to what's being said when we're not paying attention to the behavior of the man who should have a better handle on himself. You see, we're leaders, fellas. We have to show the people that we're leading a better way. That means that we have to be the very best of who we are so we can show others to be better. If we're not showing them better, again, like I said yesterday, and you'll hear me say here on this podcast, if we're not showing them better, we can't expect them to be better. And so this whole setup right here, to me, is an unfair assessment. And it sounds like it's focused on her retaliation, okay, rather than a balanced assessment of both of them in that whole particular situation. What do you think, Dan?
Yeah, I think you did on. And notice how he talked about her response first, then his provocation.
Right.
He's automatically putting her in the leadership position of she has to be more responsible instead of the person that's supposed to be the leader and stuff like that. So he's also in his own way saying that Zaza as a leader shouldn't let what he says provoke her.
Yeah, but you see, again, that's not okay. When we achieve certain things in life, we expect people to be like us. That's not, again, that's an unfair assessment of her. Okay. She responded the way she responded because she took great exception to what was being said. I have no problem with her taking exception for what was being said because what was being said was really, really uncalled for.
Mhm.
We, as men, we can express ourselves better than that. We don't have to be vulgar in our language. We don't have to be disgusting in our language. We can talk to our women, and have better discourse than that and get through to them. We don't have to savagely, verbally take them apart. We are supposed to be their comforters, their protectors, not their executioners and their murderers. Not
Mhm.
saying that that's what this man is implying. Okay?
Uh-huh.
If they cannot come to us and feel comfortable talking to us and getting their differences straightened out, then who can they turn to? They're not going to want to come to us if we're attacking them viciously verbally. If we're constantly demeaning them and defaming them and putting them down, that'll cause them to lose trust in us and stay away from us rather than come to us for some kind of solution. We have to be the men that they want to come to and find solutions with, sit down and have discourse with, get things straightened out with, not men that they want to stay away from.
Mhm.
Play it.
All right.
Did you want to say something?
As far as Hassan is concerned, Hassan, he never not brings that same energy.
Okay,
So
stop.
if I have him on a
See, I got a big problem with that. See, he never not brings that same energy. That's the same as giving him an excuse for the kind of energy that he's bringing, which is negative energy.
Mm-hmm.
Now, some people can say, well, I didn't think it was negative energy. Well, the people on that panel thought it was. I most certainly thought it was negative energy. I didn't think there was anything positive about it, even though he had some points.
Uh-huh.
But I thought the negative energy was a bit overwhelming. You know, you can't find a way to express yourself better than calling women bees and telling them to close their legs and pretty much saying things like they're giving birth to demons. These are very disparaging things to say to a person, especially to a woman. We can't find a way to express ourselves better than that. And we're saying that we want to reach a higher state of consciousness. So if we reach that higher state of consciousness, is there a flaw in the overall psychological design of a higher state of mind? Because this still persists even though we've reached a higher state of cognitivity? Cognitivity? Anyway.
All right. Well, yeah. Not to mention, he's being one side. He chastised Zaza, and he's saying, "Well, boys being boys with Hassan."
Yeah, and we got to stop that. We got to stop the boys being boys. We got to grow up and be men. Again, we have to be an example of the men that we want women to submit to. If you want a woman to submit, then you have to be a man worthy of submitting to. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
These are not children that you're trying to chastise. These are grown women. We have to have a better way of communication. Again, if we're striving for this higher state of consciousness, then that part of us has to grow. Okay, we can do without the vulgar language. We can do without the disrespect. We can do without the name. We should be far above that now. I mean, when you reach a certain age, 35, 40 years old, you should be above that already anyway. Okay, and so when we sit up here and we say, well, he brings that same energy. Well, he brings that same negative energy, that same hate, because that's pretty much what that energy was. It was anger. It was hate. What's hatred, right? A strong dislike. So that negative energy was brought to the conversation,
Yeah.
and it ran its course, and it created a situation where retaliation was inevitable.
Right.
Good day.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah. So as I said, he's already showing that he's one sided. If you're gonna chastise the one, you gotta chastise the other. If you're gonna let one go as this is where they always been, and he just said this is the way Zaza also been. Why can't you give her the same acceptance that you gave Hassan? I
Well,
mean,
my whole thing is,
that you gave Campbell. You
well, the
know
whole problem I got was that he brings that same energy everywhere. It doesn't mean that that energy is correct.
exactly.
You know, I mean, if he's bringing that same energy everywhere, then obviously there's something wrong with him. When
Hmm.
is he going to? When is he going to rise to a higher state of consciousness? He doesn't have an obligation to do so himself because that energy is negative. I don't know how anyone can listen to that energy and say it isn't negative. Now, I understand that some people have gotten to a point where they can overlook stuff like that, but most people can't. And most people won't. Not that they can't, they won't. Again, we live in the real world in real time. You just can't say, now you can say whatever you want. No one's saying you can't say whatever you want. By all means, say whatever you want. But understand that there are consequences that come with some of the things you say. Now we can sit up here and sugarcoat it and say, well, no, a person chooses to do that. Absolutely, they're going to choose to do something. What is that supposed to mean? Because they chose to do it. It doesn't change the situation. If you choose to be disrespectful, if you choose to say words that can provoke people, then eventually they're going to choose to do something negative back to you.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. And
See, I don't buy into all of this. I don't buy into all of this robot way of all of this robot consciousness stuff. Like you can't falter, like you can't make a decision that's going to lead to a confrontation. It happens all the time. Okay? Yes, you can say everything. You can say whatever you want, but understand there will be consequences to some of the things that you say. Play it.
The panel, I'm not going to expect him to be different than he always is. Now, it might
Well,
be
then
some
stop.
people who are not used to it.
Okay, well, that's a problem. That's problematic too. If you're not going to expect him to be any different than what he always is, and what are your expectations for Zaza Ali? Because you said that she's been like this for quite some time. So if that's the case, I don't get it. Like, how is it that you won't expect anything different? And how come he doesn't want to do better? How come he doesn't want to do better as a man? How come he doesn't want to straighten himself out or find a better way to express himself? Why do we have to sit here and listen to him be as disrespectful as humanly possible without him having to take some accountability, self accountability, and say, you know what? I don't have to talk that way. How come he's not choosing not to talk that way? I don't have to talk that way to women. I don't have to choose to be that vulgar in my language. I don't have to choose to be that way. I'm supposed to be an example of something better. As a leader, as a male leader, I'm supposed to be an example of something better, not something worse. So why isn't he choosing to be on a higher vibrational level? Okay.
Oh, because he knows that well, no, I'm not going to assume he knows, but let's just face it. Uh, Campbell don't want to change. He wants to provoke. He wants to antagonize.
All right, play it.
Hmm.
But at the same time, he's not responsible for everybody's feelings.
Well,
And
stop. See,
anybody,
see, 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 see. No, no, no. See, I got a big problem with that too. You can't put negative energy in the world and think that it's not going to come back on you again. That's unrealistic thinking. The world doesn't work that way. The universe doesn't work that way. You can't put negative energy out there and say that a person isn't responsible for who that negative energy infects.
Hmm. Hmm.
Okay? We become infected by positive and negative energy.
Hmm.
If you're putting that kind of energy out there, then yes, it's going to somebody is going to infect somebody just as bad as it was meant to be. And at that point, if you're putting that kind of energy out and you're infecting people in that way, then yes, you are responsible for how someone is feeling because that is your negative energy that you put out there. You can't sit up here and say to someone, you know, you're you can't sit into someone's face, right, or go into someone's private space and antagonize them and call them all kinds of names and try to revoke them and say that you're not responsible for how they feel afterwards. That's like throwing a rock and hiding your hand. You know, you can't do that. I mean, we are responsible for the things that we say and do. Now, we don't live in a world to where we're not accountable for the things that we say and do. We don't live in that kind of world. Unfortunately, no, no, yeah. Unfortunately, to some of you high vibrational people, we do live in that kind of world. You are going to have to wear the things that you say because what you say can very well provoke somebody into doing something negative to you or to someone else. People get influenced all the time. So I don't know about all of this not responsible for someone else's feelings. Now, if he wasn't putting that negative energy out there like that, then maybe we can sit up and say, hey, you know what? He's not responsible. But if you're putting that negative energy out there like that, and you're purposely trying to antagonize people, and then they start to feel some kind of way, and now they're on your ass, yeah, you are responsible for their feelings because you created that feeling within them with your negative energy. Play it.
Yeah, and if we want to get biblical, it's said there's the power of life and death in the tongue, and be careful how you use it. He
Right.
chose negative.
who makes other people responsible for their emotions and their feelings and their heart rate and their breathing rate and their blood pressure and their physiological reality A person who hands that over to somebody else is something wrong with them. It's not anything
Okay,
wrong with the
stop.
other person. I mean, that's just my perspective. That's
Stop. I don't know if you hand anything over to anyone. Okay, situations happen. They're spur of the moment. They're fluid situations. I don't know if you hand anything over to anyone. Like I said, when you're in life, when you're in real situations and encounters with people in real life, the thinking is different. The feel is different. The behavior is different. Now, some people can stand there and say, well, you know what? He's calling me a punk. He's calling me an asshole. He's calling me all of these derogatory names. I choose not to respond. You can do that. Some people can do that. But some people can't do that. They haven't gotten to that place. Okay, and some people feel that that's something that they don't deserve. Some people feel if you come up on somebody and you just start calling them out their name because you're angry, because you feel some kind of way about certain things, if you're mad about women, right, what makes you think you have the right to go to any woman and take that anger out on them? Every woman doesn't deserve your anger because you seem to be a little bit um jaded by what you've seen some women do. That doesn't mean that you get to go around here and talk crazy to every woman that you come across. Who said that you were able? Who said that that's something that you can do? And then they're supposed to sit there and be on some high vibrational level all the time, or they're supposed to be on a higher state of consciousness and ignore what you're saying and choose not to react to what you're saying. That's unrealistic. That's not the real world. That's a conscious. That's that's a world that you've created in your mind that you exist in. That's not the world that we live in.
Yeah, exactly.
We don't live in that kind of world. You don't get to run around here, disrespect people because you're upset about something or because you don't like something or you don't like what a couple of women did. You don't get to go and just talk crazy to every woman that walks down the street or every woman that you meet on social media. What's the matter with you? There's something. Why isn't there something wrong with him who thinks that he can do that to every woman that he comes in contact with? Why is there something? You see now, as far as I'm concerned, there's something wrong with him and that ideology that he's going by. There's something wrong with that ideology. Again, you don't get to talk crazy to women because you mad at what's going on in the community. First of all, a lot of the things that go on in the community has nothing to do with the women. Now, I understand that some of you cats are have baby mamas, and maybe you feel some kind of way about your baby mama, right? Well, every woman hasn't put you through what your baby mama has put you through. So it's not fair to them. I would never try to take out on other women what I have personally experienced with my own wife. That's wrong, and it's not fair to those women. That's something we shouldn't be doing. That's called bad karma. Karma. That's negative energy. I'm not going to sit up here and say, oh, well, you know what? He brings that same energy everywhere. Well, he needs to change that energy. Everyone's not going to be accepting of that kind of negative energy. And to think that people should ignore that kind of negative energy every time he puts it out, Again, that's unrealistic. We don't live in that kind of world. Everybody isn't going to ignore that kind of negative energy. Play it.
Perspective. That's how I see it.
Well, as far as Zaza Ali goes, right? A lot of women, it's in their nature to be emotional. And a lot of women, when they get emotional, they tend to lose control. That's why I always teach to disengage them whenever there's an emotional confrontation. Because once they get into that emotional cycle, it's hard for them to withdraw. It's in their nature to be offended by things. This is why I always say you can't talk to them like you talk to men.
Well,
words matter to them.
Yeah. Well, I understand what you're saying, and I understand that that's normal. And I'm saying that you're gonna always be your own problem as long as somebody outside of you can determine how you feel from 1 minute to the next. I don't even want to be in a relationship with a woman who can just be turned on her head emotionally by somebody outside of herself simply because of what they said.
All right, stop it. All right, it's not that simple. He really simplified it. And he pretty much, backed the woman into a corner to where she only had the out that he gave her. And that's unrealistic too. See, I don't know anybody who just sits there and say, okay, you know what? Let me get triggered by everybody who's outside of me. We don't think like that. It's not the way human beings think. We deal with whatever situation that comes our way. And it's a mixed bag depending on what the situation is, who is involved, what was said. Everything ain't worth your attention. Everything isn't worth you getting triggered. Everything isn't worth you being bothered. But some things are, depending on the content of the situation. You can't just ignore everything. Everything isn't meant to be ignored. We just can't say, well, you know what? I'm not going to be with you because somebody outside of you is going to turn you topsy-turvy. That's not even a fair assessment of a person. That's an unfair assessment of a person. That's pretty much putting a person in a psychological prison. And besieging that person with the thoughts that you have for that person. So that person is besieged by your thoughts. You feel the person shouldn't be that way. We put all these unrealistic expectations on people rather than allowing people to be who they are. Just because a woman is triggered by a particular situation doesn't mean that on a daily basis or even on a continual basis that she allows someone outside of her to turn her topsy-turvy, upside down, or on her head. Again, that's an unfair assessment of a person. And that's pretty much putting a person in psychological prison, arrested and besieged by your thoughts, which is really not a reality of that person. That's your reality that you created for that person. You want to say something, Dame, or just play it? If you want to listen from now on, when I'm done making a point, if you want to say something, just jump in there and then play it, okay?
Okay.
If not, just go ahead and play it.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I think you just about covered it for me, but we're gonna carry on.
Could be normal, but it's not healthy. And I'm challenging that concept of that being normal, or women are just emotional creatures.
Okay, stop. They
I
are.
don't.
Okay, when we're challenging the normalcy of a woman's nature, how are we doing that? We're not women ourselves. How are we doing that? How are we challenging the normalcy of a woman's nature?
He's
I don't
comparing.
understand it.
He's comparing us to men. He's saying because men and he himself um, can control whether he responds to this or let it affect him. And
Hmm.
then you say that women are more emotional and they can't you can't treat them the same way as men. He's totally ignoring that. He's trying to put as that this is a situation of a human being that
But
as
we have
human
to, right,
beings.
right. But we
Mhm.
have to understand that women are beautiful people. Women are nurturers.
Mhm.
Any being that brings life into this world. First of all, a life force is a very, very powerful contingent of energy. Okay, or vessel of energy. I'm sorry, contingent is the wrong word. It's a very powerful vessel of energy, or cosmic vessel of energy. Okay, so to bring that in from the spiritual world into the natural world takes a lot of incredible strength. And then to nurture that life, right? And that life depends on you to survive. That takes a different kind of that takes a different kind of mentality. It takes a very nurturing mentality. So it's natural for that mentality to bring forth incredible emotion
Mhm.
because the nurturing is so high. You cannot be like that without being emotional.
Mhm. Not to mention, we'll probably hurt ourselves more. We can restrain, put a halt to it, but if you're triggering us, we got to express how we feel. If we
Right. And I don't
don't,
even,
we'll hurt ourselves more that way.
right. That's why I say you have to let it run its course. When they become emotional like that, just get out of their way. Let it run its course. They'll calm down. It's not a bad thing that they get emotional. I don't understand why are people trying to get rid of emotions out of the world? People are walking around here talking about, hey man, emotions are a bad thing. Then what are we doing with them? Why are they a part of our natural makeup? Now, I'm not saying that emotions that are out of control is a good thing. No, you should keep your emotions in check as much as possible, but having them is not a bad thing. You got people running around here trying to act as if emotions are, but hey, man, don't ever get emotional. What? What do you mean? What does that even mean? Don't ever get emotional. That's like saying, hey, man, don't ever run, don't ever walk, don't ever go to the bathroom, or don't ever eat. Come on now, let's be realistic about who we are and what we are. Emotions are a part of our natural makeup,
Okay,
just
I
like
think what it
breathing.
is. Okay, I think what it is. He think that because you say women are emotional, that means that we have no control over our emotions and stuff like
No,
that.
women have a lot of control over their emotions until you get them triggered. This is why we don't want to trigger them, because it can get to a point where some of them can actually lose control of their emotions. This is why I always recommend a man disengage from a emotional confrontation with a woman. It's not a good thing to continue an emotional confrontation with a woman. They have an endless well of emotions that they can tap into. You don't. It can only get worse the longer the confrontation goes on, the worse it becomes. Now, as a man, I don't want that kind of outcome. Again, this goes back to us and what kind of integrity that we have as a man. Do you want to put a woman through that kind of emotional stress? I don't. I don't want to push a woman to that kind of emotional stress. I don't want to see her screaming at the top of her lungs. I don't want to see, her busting blood vessels in her head and neck. I don't want to see all of that because I believe that I'm a better man than that. That I don't need to bring that out of her. I believe that I can bring the best out of her by treating her, by treating her properly, or treating her in the best way that I'm capable of. What is wrong with that kind of thinking? Why is that thinking bad thinking? See, when a man thinks, when a man thinks this way, he's called a simp. He's called some other derogatory name. He's put down. He's shunned to the side. When a man is saying, hey, listen, I want to be on a higher vibrational level when I'm dealing with women. I choose not to antagonize them. I choose not to have them emotionally distraught. I believe that I'm a better man than that. I believe that I can show them better. I believe that I can treat them better. I can talk to them better. I can get through to them better without any of this negative stuff. Because I believe in myself. I believe that I'm a better man than that. So when a man has that kind of confidence in himself and that kind of belief in himself, he's a simp. Or some other kind of lame, derogatory expression.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But you can walk around here, but you can walk around here and be a lowlife and talk like a piece of shit and call women all kinds of names and be disrespectful and vulgar as you possibly can be, and you will gain allies. You will have people say, well, you bring that same energy everywhere. What's the problem? You don't get called a simp. You actually get defended. And people make excuses for you and say, well, I've never known him not to bring that energy anywhere else.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. And he wanted to get the women to that point because he don't like them. He don't have any good with them. He don't care about being a better man to show them a better way. He's not about showing a better way. He's about retaliation. He's retaliating on women for all the things women done to him, whether it was them in particular or the ones that done it. So yeah, so that was the issue with Campbell. He was provoking
Right.
unnecessarily because he wanted to retaliate. That's why his
But
thing was geared towards women, 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 because his issue was with women.
yeah, but
He looked at it as an opportunity to attack women verbally, and
my
better
stand.
yet, provoke them into looking like crazy, or provoke them into having.
Okay, let's not get long-winded. Okay.
Oh, sorry.
My thing is that I'm having an issue with the two different types of men. One man has confidence in himself that he can reach women by talking to them, with proper language, a better demeanor. Okay. And so he can get through to them that way versus one who wants to be some lowlife and disrespect them and think that he can get through them that way. It's kind of like that saying, right? You can catch flies more with honey than you can with vinegar or something like that.
Yeah.
I choose to use the honey. What's wrong with the honey? So if I choose to use the honey, I'm a simp. Look, I can't help it because I don't want to be a low life dude. I don't want to be someone walking around with a potty mouth when it comes down to talking to women. I choose to deal with women on a higher level because I have a lot of respect for them. I don't believe that they should be chastised like children. I believe that they deserve to be treated like ladies, grown adults, and you can have discord with them without getting into all of this emotional up and down, round and about and back and forth type stuff. I don't believe that you have to engage in um, emotional combat with a woman to get through to her. And I think also a lot of guys can't check their emotions. Anger is an emotion too, isn't it?
Yes.
So when you're angry at what you think is going on in a society and you're blaming women, you're bringing that same emotion to women who don't deserve it. Why isn't that talked about? Why isn't that emotion suppressed like every other emotion that we're trying to suppress? I noticed that when it came down to Hassan Campbell, nothing was made or said about his emotions of anger.
Exactly.
But the moment Zaza Ali wanted to retaliate because she was frustrated, all kinds of things was being said. Even an assessment of what she's been doing for a period of time, an observation of her over a period of time was also brought to the forefront. The only thing that was made or said about Campbell was, oh, he brings that same kind of energy to everyone. Interesting. Play it.
Yeah.
I
I
don't.
mean,
What I'm
it's
saying is, I understand that that's what you're saying because I've listened a lot of times. I mean, I listen a lot, and you are clear where you stand, and especially when it comes to women. And I got you, but I'm challenging that. I don't
okay.
believe that.
All
Yeah.
right. I don't have any reason not to believe it because I experience it a lot, especially growing up with five sisters. It's not something that they can control all the time. It's something that's natural about them because they are such nurturing people. The flip side of that is emotion. It's something that they are. It's something we can't take away. We can't separate them from it. We have to learn how to deal with it. We have to deal with it better. We have to curb our behavior as men. You see, I also talk about being a gentleman, right? So if I'm coming on a panel and I'm talking to women, I already know that there's a high stake that if I say certain things, it's going to be an emotional confrontation. So I'm going to curb my behavior. See, I think because you are one way and you can't change who you are, I think that's a flaw in your mental design. You should be able to change who you are depending on the situation you are in. You can't go everywhere acting the same. That's not going to fly everywhere. Okay, stop. Some places you go acting like that, you won't. Okay, I actually said that wrong, y'all. Let me correct that. What I meant was if I'm going to come up on a panel, okay, and I know that there are women on that panel, I'm going to make sure I exercise self control. I'm not looking to get into any kind of emotional altercation with women on that panel. And what I mean by if you can't change who you are, I don't mean that you change who you are as a person. Who we are is what we are. What I meant was if you have a mentality that is constantly repulsing people or producing negative energy, you just can't take that everywhere. That's not going to be accepted everywhere. You have to be able to change up depending on what environment that you're in and who you're dealing with. because there are places you can go and people you can be around that if you bring that kind of same negative energy, you may not come back. Everybody is not accepting of that kind of overwhelming negative energy. That's what I meant. That's what I meant to say. I worded it wrong, so forgive me there. I worded it wrong. Okay, what I meant was when he talked about he brings that same energy everywhere. You cannot bring that same energy everywhere. You bring that same energy on social media. In real life, it's a whole different animal. You can't go everywhere with that kind of energy. Everybody isn't accepting of that kind of energy. So when you go to different settings and be around different people, you have to be able to um, tell, okay, your mentality and act accordingly. Wherever I go, I make sure that the number one thing that I do when I go to other places and deal with other people, the first thing I do is make sure that the respect factor is in the front. So people know that I come in peace and that I'm here to be a person that is willing to exchange ideas with. I'm not coming here for a fight. Now, I will fight, but that's not what I'm coming here for. So I always take respect everywhere I go. I don't just take negative energy with me and show up on somebody and start dropping B bombs, F bombs everywhere. That doesn't fly everywhere in real life. Cannot do that everywhere. You can't bring that in. And to say, well, he does it to everybody. No, it doesn't do it to everybody. So I'm telling you right now, if he did it to everybody, he probably wouldn't be around right now. Because everybody is not accepting of that kind of overwhelming negative energy. People will retaliate. And yes, they will choose to retaliate. Since we want to use that word choose, as if that changes everything, as if that changes anything. Yes, people are going to make the choice to retaliate in a negative manner because of the negativity that you brought to them. Sometimes when you bring negativity to the situation, you just create more negativity. Sometimes there's enough positivity to quell the negative energy, but sometimes it's just nothing but negative energy already there waiting for you. So you just add to it. And now you're in a situation before you know it that you can't control. What kind of conversation would this be, right? If you have 5 people, okay, 6 people, 3 men, 3 women, and they all had the same negative energy that Hassan Campbell had. Imagine what that conversation would sound like. Would it even stay a conversation? Or would it escalate into a violent altercation? Think about that. Would it stay a conversation? Or would it escalate into a violent altercation?
Yeah. Ooh, yeah, you said it my fault. Hey, Bomb says hi and that her husband enjoyed the conversation with us last
Hey,
Thursday.
Bob. Yeah, hey, and shout out to Mark, Bomb Sherry's husband. Shout out to Mark if he's listening. hmm We're going to drop the link soon here. We just getting through this little critique of the conversation I had yesterday with a brother I haven't seen in a while. Um,
Oh yeah, he isn't into any of the bull, yeah.
what is it?
Oh, she said she knew that we would treat him well and he isn't into any bull.
Yeah, man. He was great, man. Mark was really, really cool, man. Shout out to Mark. Very, very cool. Very, very good brother. Y'all want to pick his brain more about that gun information, man. The brother's very knowledgeable about guns. We need brothers like that.
Okay, your volume dropped. Oh, she said she's just passing through. All right, good to see you, Bomb. All right, I can hear you loud and clear now. Okay. All right, there's a little issue. I know a cat that remind Hassan Campbell, but the remind. Let me see. I know a cat that reminded of Hassan's Campbell, his demeanor. Hassan Campbell, his demeanor, his energy. I almost had to put hands on this dude for real. Yeah. Oh, hey, Conscious Moron. Yeah, that's the issue. You know, when somebody coming at you negative energy, and yeah, he put. I call it when he said I'm talking about um uh everyone, including myself, as a disclaimer, so he can go in. Yeah, yeah, and yeah. Is it right to know we shouldn't let people provoke us and um. But hey, it happens. Just because it did not provoke you, that don't mean you can't be provoked. It's just that that wasn't your trigger, and it wasn't aimed at you. All right, yeah, and how you can hold, you can accept one as this being as who they are, and you can't accept the other. Okay, I'm a little delayed. I'm gonna have to refresh myself pretty soon. Yeah. So,
Okay, I'm back. House
all
of
right.
Bomb. I like that name, Bomb Cherry. House of Bomb. We
Mm-hmm.
hey, Dan, give her a wrench, yo. That's Bomb Cherry.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay. I'll
yeah.
be right back.
Yeah. Give her. You make sure she got a wrench. I want to make sure all her accounts got wrenches. Bomb is cool, y'all. She's like my older sister, man. I love talking to her, man. She's the type of woman, man, you can just sit and have a conversation with about anything. It'd just be cool as hell. You know what I'm saying? She's that type of lady, man. Shout out to Bomb. But anyway, getting back to what I was saying. Yeah, and so, as men, we have to have a responsibility for who we are. We can't say that we have all this negative energy that we're putting out and then make excuses for putting that kind of negative energy out. I kind of, I wouldn't say I'm offended, but I'm just a little surprised that we would just say, oh, well, he's like that with everybody, as if that's something good. It's not good. As black men, we got to start taking pride in ourselves. We got to be better than that. We got to say, look, I'm a better man than that. I know that may sound cliche or it may sound corny, but it's absolutely real. We got to be better men than that. I'm a better man than a man that is screaming at a woman or trying to get a woman provoked until some kind of emotional confrontation so I can call her all kinds of bees and hoes or whatever. I'm a better man than that. I don't need to do that. I'm a better man than that. I can have a civil discourse with a woman, even in even if we disagree, even if I don't agree with her or agree with her behavior, I can still have civil discourse with her without disrespecting her at all. I don't need to do that. I'm a better man than that. And that's what we have to get to. We have to start being serious about being better men for ourselves, better men for the people that are around us, the people who are following us, and overall better men to our women. We have to start getting serious about that. Stop thinking that stuff like that is corny. Stop thinking that stuff like that is simpish. It's not. It makes you a better person. Strive to be a better man every day. Be better than the Hassan Campbells who choose to be on a lower, what they call a frequency, and hovel around in a cesspool of hatred and spew negative energy at everybody. Choose to be better than that. Something wrong with you choosing to be better? I'm waiting for Dame to come back here. And man, I looked at my panel and thought that everybody. I just
All
faked
right.
myself.
I'm back. I'm back.
Okay, play it.
Okay. Okay.
Come back. So you have to be able to understand the situation that you're in and be able to behave accordingly. Now, he in a situation, it's a heated conversation. It's already a touchy subject. Some of the points he made I thought was great, but they were marred in disrespect. He was brutally disrespectful. I don't know why we trying to act like that didn't happen. He had no reason to say those kinds of things with those women up there. Those were some really nasty and vicious things. He said, you're talking to women, man, not men. Again, it matters what you say to women. You just can't talk to them any old kind of way. They're not like men. It's a different set of rules when you're dealing with them. They run on high emotions. We don't. So I'm not going to treat a woman the same way I treat a man or talk to a woman as if I'm talking to a man. I think that's some kind of, and we got a big
We're in a
stop it, Dan.
generation of men today who have all the smoke for women and not for men.
Dang.
We have to have a generation of weak men.
Yeah, and we got a big problem with that. We have a lot of men too. We have a lot of men now who talk to women like they talk to men. Some of them just don't seem to know the difference between a man and a woman. And this is what I always say. There's a different set of rules when you're dealing with a woman. They don't operate under our rules. We men, we have a different set of rules. Women have a different set of rules. Okay? Words don't bother us as much as they bother them. You can't just talk to them any old kind of way. You can't just say anything to them and expect them to be all right with everything that you say. It doesn't work that way. And you as men should be striving to be a better man anyway, so you shouldn't want to say these things. You should be proud that you don't have to speak this way. I'm proud of myself and my achievement as a man that I don't have to speak to a woman in that way, to have civil discourse with her. That's something that I'm proud of. And then again, this overall hatred, or you know, this undying anger for women. I don't know where it's coming from, but it seems to be coming from guys who are either having some kind of issue with their baby mama, or I don't think it goes back to high school. I think it's a baby mama thing. Because I'm noticing a lot of these guys who got this long-standing hatred for women, you know, kids are involved somehow.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, and they don't like the way I guess their baby mama dealt with it, and now they got this grudge, for women. Y'all got to come out of that, man. Y'all got to stop all of that. Y'all got to find a way to be stronger than that. You got to reach higher than that, man. You got to be stronger than that. You know, you just can't sit up here and take the anger that you have for your baby mama and then paint all women with a broad brush. With that kind of anger that you have for your baby mama, you can't paint all women with that brush. That's unfair. That's not even right. You guys act like somebody's going to coddle you or put you in a swing and push you back and forth or sing you a lullaby to sleep. It don't work that way. We're men. So we have to find a way to deal with it better. You know, we have to be better men. We have to start to be better men. We got to stop all of this nonsense about calling out women out of their names, not being able to have constructive conversations with them without being disrespectful. And listen, women like to shine because they're women. They like pretty things. They like to feel beautiful. You know, they love their achievements. You know, they work hard at achieving things. Okay, they like all of these things. Why are you trying to take that away from them by saying that she's a scholar? Okay, she's a scholar. She takes pride in being a scholar. Let her be a scholar. What are you upset about? I'm more upset with the male scholars because the male scholars, most of them are completely full of shit. All these so-called orators sitting right here running their mouth, scamming black people. Sound intelligent, very articulate, but underneath, they're nothing but a land pirate. So I got more issues with the male scholars than the female scholars. At least the female scholars are trying to do things to create different situations for women. Well, why are they doing it for men? Well, they're women. They're going to care about other women. Why aren't the men caring about them? Why aren't the men doing things for the men? Why aren't we creating better situations for our boys? And again, if you having a problem with, oh no, you know what? I'll wait. I'll wait for that one. Go ahead, Dan.
All right. Yeah.
Who are like you said earlier, cowards, and they don't have nuts anymore.
Right, and I don't see any manhood in arguing women down or going back and forth with women. A man should be much stronger than that. He also should exhibit much more self-control than that. Exactly. Stop.
Well, I didn't see him.
Exactly. You have to have more self-control than that. You know, you guys get up on these panels, y'all screaming back and forth with these women. What do you think that looks like? That makes you look weak. There's no pride in that. There's no manhood in that. There's no accolade in getting up here and arguing with women like that. What? You want to show that you can be just as feminine as they are? You want to be just as feminine as they can be? What's your purpose of doing that? For what? What do you hope to achieve? You're not going to achieve anything in the end, except a bad reputation. You're going to look bad doing it. That's about it. Mm-hmm. So what would be the purpose of engaging in it to begin with? Just leave it alone. And we have to exercise self-control. We have to be an example of strength and power. We have to be of sound mind, strong emotions. And many of you have been anything but that. Some of you, let's just face it, has been just as weak as, a babbling brook. So this contingent of men who want to, and here's another thing too. I noticed that you guys got this vitriol for women about having babies. Well, they don't make them babies by themselves. How many times are we going to have this discussion? They don't make them babies by themselves. We're not talking about parthenogenesis here, or virgin birth. We're not talking about the Immaculate Conception. We're talking about men laying with women and creating babies. How is it that you have a problem with the single baby mothers, but don't have a problem with the fathers who created those single baby mothers?
Yeah.
And how many times are we going to have to ask, where is your smoke for them? I don't see you guys getting up and talking about, man, you single deadbeat dads. I don't hear none of that. I mean, I talk about it on my channel. I go after deadbeat dads. But I don't hear that anywhere. I don't hear you guys getting up here, with all this huff and puff and all this smoke for these deadbeat dads. I don't never hear it. I don't never hear nobody come up here like that. There's always some crap about, well, the woman is this and the woman is that. It's her fault. It's her fault. When is it going to be your fault?
Mm-hmm.
What do you do? Okay, the next dude come on this panel with this stuff. I have a lot of questions. And one of the questions I have, what the hell are black men not doing? How is it that you managed to be an angel in all of this? And all of the blame is on the woman. Where are you in the grand scheme of things? And please don't come up here with this BS about black women should be more like white women. I'm going to throw you out of here. Okay?
Yeah. And
I'm not
besides,
feeling like that today.
yeah, and it's because of you guys that swirl. Y'all increasing the rate of single baby mamas in the white and Hispanic and all these other communities that y'all running off
Well,
into.
that's one of the things I was talking about, right?
Uh-huh.
When we want to reach a higher state of consciousness, there's a lot of stuff we have to overcome first before we even think about going in that direction. I'm not saying that we can't achieve that at some point. Okay, we can introduce the concept. All right, but there's a lot of internal things and personal things that we have to overcome first. I mean, right now we got black people that don't even want to be black. We got black people who are afraid to be black. We got black dudes swirling and don't even want to have kids that look like them. You got guys running around talking about, I don't want no dark-skinned babies. What kind of black man walks around here and says stuff like that? I don't want these dark-skinned kids. I want high yellow kids. I want my kids to look almost white. I heard a guy say, man, he wanted his kids to look as white as possible when he's black. That if a black woman couldn't give him light-skinned kids, he don't want no black women. Where the hell does this kind of junk mentality come from? And what is wrong with you guys? Walking around here saying these crazy things. I don't want my children to be dark-skinned. If a black woman can't give me light-skinned kids, I don't want a black woman.
The self-hatred is bad.
If black women don't curb their attitudes, I'm going to take my money and invest in white communities.
Mm-hmm.
Where the hell does shit come from? What the hell is wrong with y'all?
They're trying to run
Play it.
away from themselves.
Yeah. Play it.
Going back and forth with a woman or arguing a woman down. What I heard was him sharing his perspective, his way. Now, people have a right to feel like it was disrespectful. And I understand that. But at the same time, I still feel like one of the biggest challenges in the Black community today is that we have this bad habit of holding other people responsible for how we feel simply because of what they say. And I challenge people every day. Go to Google and type in argument leads to and hit return. And there will be a list of tragedies and a new list of tragedies every day because people insist on holding other people responsible for how they feel. So I have a long road ahead of me because this is what this book that I'm writing is all about. I
Right.
know I have a long road ahead of me, but
Okay,
I'm
stop it.
of the place.
Again, here we go with this robot stuff again. And trying to take away something that is natural to us as emotion. I said before, you can say whatever you want to say. No one is saying you can't say whatever you want to say, but you have to understand some things that you say come with consequences. Now, I can sit up here and say, well, you can't say everything you say. I'm sorry, I can't sit up here and say, I can sit up here and say, you can't say everything you want to say. And you'll tell me I have a right to say whatever I want. Okay, you do. But understand, some of the things you say will come with consequences. Why? Because that is the reality that we live in. I don't care what state of consciousness you reach, unless we got to a state of consciousness to where we don't even use human bodies anymore. I don't see that ever going away. Because even if we're beings that just communicate with each other through thought, there's going to be a bad thought that's going to trigger somebody. There's going to be a bad thought that's going to get put out there that's going to offend someone. We are human beings, and it's not wrong to say that we get offended by some things. That's just the reality we live in. Now we can come along and say, hey, you need to cut that out and you need to control all of that. Yeah, we can say that too. And some of us can do that to a certain extent. But because we're not perfect people, that is not going to occur 100% of the time. See, if you can control your emotions 100% of the time, then it would mean that you're perfect. See, people don't really understand perfect or perfection, right? You think of it as one way. You always think of things like that in a positive light, like perfection or being perfect is something good all the time, right? No, there's another side to perfection. For example, if you was wrong 100% of the time, you would be perfect. Now, some people can't grasp what I just said. But what are you talking about? How could you be perfect and be wrong? If you're wrong 100% of the time, you would be perfect. If you were right 100% of the time, you would be perfect.
Yeah.
We're not perfect. None of us are wrong 100% of the time. None of us are right 100% of the time. We're not going to be able to control our emotions 100% of the time. We're not going to be able to look the other way 100% of the time because we're human beings.
Yeah. And
Okay?
shoot. And if even God can be provoked to anger and wrath,
Right.
I think we're gonna be any better at it.
Right. There's a part of the Bible where Jesus went turning over tables and stuff, kicking people out of the temple, running people up out of there because he was angry.
Whipping them with
He
pieces of leather.
and he was supposed to be better than all of us.
Hmm.
So he in there overturning tables and running people up out. What do you think we're gonna do? So I don't subscribe to this, you know, let's all of a sudden stop breathing. Let's all of a sudden stop blinking our eyes. Let's all of a sudden stop sneezing or coughing or walking or sitting down or going to the bathroom or eating. Let's all stop living a certain way. It doesn't work like that. We can try to restrain ourselves to the best of our natural ability. It's not going to always be the best. We can strive to be our at the best that we can possibly be day in and day out. But we're not going to always achieve that. Some days we're not going to be as good as other days. That's why I don't put unrealistic expectations on myself. Some people put unrealistic expectations on themselves, and when they fail at their expectations, they don't look right. They look bad. Like, for example, you got these people running around here with this high vibrational nonsense. Now, that sounds really intellectual to you, right? But do you know how hard it is to maintain a psychological state of high vibration, or a cognitive state, or an intellectual state of high vibration? That's something that you have to work at all the time. You know why? Because that's not your natural intellectual state. That's not your natural psychological state. That's not what you are. You are what you are. Whatever level your vibration is naturally, that's what you are. In order for you to raise your vibration, you have to first understand what it is. And many of the people who talk about high vibration don't even understand what it is. But yet you say that you're going to be a high vibrational being. How do you do that? Well, many of them tell you, well, think positive things. Eat fruits and vegetables. Drink water and not juice. Leave the beer alone. Don't smoke. Okay, those things are good. But is that teaching a person how to be a high vibrational being? How do you become a high vibrational being? How do you teach someone to be a high vibrational being? I haven't heard anyone teach that yet. I've heard people say that they are high vibrational beings and that they're vibrating on a higher plane. I don't even know what that means. Sounds to me like it's just a new, a new popular saying, a new popular talking point. Oh, you're low vibrational. I'm high vibrational. Okay, and that's supposed to mean what? Well, I'm good and you're bad. Okay. I don't know if that changes anything, but okay. You know, these conscious people really have some serious issues with themselves that they want to project on other people. Many of them are walking around with their head in the clouds and not firmly rooted in reality. They tend to overlook reality and get caught up in some kind of phantom zone to where they can create all of these things in their mind, like high vibrations and higher states of consciousness. Something that they wish that they can be, right? But are we truly that? Are we truly high vibrational beings? I question these things. Dang.
Or the perspective that you can say whatever you want. I'm not holding anybody responsible for my feelings. And
okay, stop.
I'm not
do me a favor, Dave. Look up vibration, okay? Let me know when you got the definition of vibration. We're gonna talk a little bit about. I'm a little interested. I'm interested in this high vibration. First, we're gonna understand what vibration means. Okay. Then we're gonna see how it applies to our lives and how we can become high vibrational beings. So I've heard all kinds of stuff. I heard somebody say that we're on 320 megahertz. We're 450 mega. I've heard some of the craziest things.
You ready?
According to some people, we're nothing but quantum physics. Yeah, go ahead.
Vibration.
And okay, first definition: an instant of vibrating. Of course, under physics. Sorry about that. An oscillation of parts of a fluid or an elastic solid whose equilibrium has been disturbed, or of an electromagnetic wave. And
Electromagnetic.
yeah, electromagnetic wave. But here's the one I think that we pertain into. Is an informal. A person's emotional state, the atmosphere of a place, or the associations of an object as communicated to and felt by others.
All right, let's start. Okay, let's start that from the beginning. We're gonna go real slow. Okay, give me the first couple of words of that definition.
A person's emotional state.
Stop. A person's emotional state. Okay, y'all, we're starting to understand what they are. We're trying to understand what they mean when they say high vibrational beings. Okay, we're just understanding vibrations. We haven't even got to the high vibration. Okay, so far we got a person's emotional state. Go ahead, read the next couple.
The atmosphere of a place.
A person's emotional state, the atmosphere of a place. That don't a
But think
person's
about it.
emotional hold on one second. A person's emotional state, a atmosphere or place or of a place.
The atmosphere of a place.
The atmosphere of a place, a person's emotional state, a atmosphere of a place. Okay, go on to the next one.
Are the associations of an object.
The associations of an object or
Association.
disassociations of a.
The associations of an object as
Okay,
commun-
so all right, so we got a person's emotional state, an atmosphere of a place, and an association of an object.
Mhm. Well, there's more to it to that. The association of an object as communicated to and felt by others.
A association of an object communicated to and felt by others.
Hmm.
All right, I don't know what the fuck that mean, y'all.
Okay.
Excuse my French. I don't know what that means. Call me dumb. I'm sorry. You can call me. Okay, y'all. Y'all can call me ignorant. You can call me all kinds of intellectual names. Okay, I deserve it because I have no idea what that means. Read that one more time.
All right. A person's emotional state, the atmosphere of a place, or the associations of an object as communicated to and felt by others.
And they say they high vibrational beings. So okay, so if you're a high vibrational being, let's start with the first one. A person's emotional state. Does that mean that your emotional state is raised or is it high? Is it on blast? What? Because you're saying
Oh,
that you're a high vibrational being.
okay.
And then we got to get to if you're a high vibrational being, then we got a problem with the atmosphere of a place. So you're talking way up in the stratosphere, right?
Well, no, they're talking about how the place feel, the feeling of the place.
All right. I don't. Okay.
Okay,
I've.
think of it as this way: if you go into a cemetery at night,
Mm-hmm.
how does the feeling that you get, or the feeling of the cemetery at night, is the atmosphere of a place?
Well, what if that feeling is a feeling of fear?
Then,
Okay. Wait.
then,
Wait. 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 Let's go into the cemetery. Okay. So we're going into the cemetery,
mhm.
right? It's dark and you got smoke and shit. Some old murky shit going on. A couple of
Mhm.
bats flying around. I say, hey, dang, feeling a little vibrational here, man. It's getting a little spooky.
Uh, nah, it's more like the atmosphere of the cemetery is spooky. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay, well, that would be a vibration, though, right? I'm feeling I'm high vibrational because the cemetery is spooky at night. So I'm vibrating now, right?
Well, it was always vibrating. It's just that
Wait
right
a
now
minute.
the
Wait a minute. Wait a
vibration is
minute.
spooky.
Was I vibrate? Wait a minute. Was I vibrating before I went into the spooky cemetery?
Yeah, it depends. Yeah, whatever you were feeling, whatever your emotional feeling was before you was in the cemetery and stuff like that, you were
Oh, okay.
vibrating.
So before I went to the cemetery, I was a regular vibrational being, just chilling. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I get into the cemetery, get spooked. Well, now I'm high vibrational.
Well, it depends on what the definition of low vibration. It could have been that you was low vibrational because you spooked about it, you scared. Everything you see in that cemetery is a negative.
Okay,
So
so maybe okay, so we're walking to the cemetery. I'm vibrating. Let's say I'm vibrating at about I don't know 20 miles per hour or some shit. We get into
okay.
the cemetery. I get spooked. I'm up to 45 miles an hour. I mean, damn, I'm vibrating high now.
No, you
I'm a high
talking about
vibrational being now. I mean, what's going on?
no. It's more like this. Okay, before you got in the cemetery, you was chilling out. You was fine. You was like mid range. Say you was at a 5. Then when you get
Okay, I'm
to
at
the
5 miles an hour.
cemetery, yeah, okay, whatever. If that's the term you want to use.
Wait
Then
a
we get
minute.
to
Wait a minute.
uh-huh.
If I if I go from 5 to 45, that's some high vibrational. That's yo.
Okay, all right.
There's some
Before
shit going on in that cemetery.
I'm sorry.
We
I'm
need to get the
sorry. You
fuck
did
out of
make
there.
me laugh.
I'm just telling you, man. There's some shit going on in there. If I went from 5 to 45,
Okay, I'm just doing a range from 0 to 10. Okay,
uh,
so when you get into the cemetery because it's spooky and scary, your emotions turn from a chilled out state to a tense, negative state. Your thoughts are probably like, I gotta get out of here. I gotta get out of here.
yeah,
This
I got
stuff.
I got the high vibrator out of here, man, because I'm not feeling this shit.
Okay.
I need to go back. But wait a minute. What if you want to go back to your low vibration?
Okay.
Wait a minute. Okay, I'm in a cemetery and I turn it and I start high vibrating. I don't like
No,
it.
no, no,
I
no,
don't
no.
like it.
No. The way they express a high vibration to them is that they're happy, chilled out,
Oh,
or
okay. Well, I must be low vibrating in the cemetery because I'm not
yeah,
happy.
oh yeah. You really low vibrating because
Okay,
you
I'm
pick it
spooked.
up,
So
you spooked up, so everything is negative. You tensed up.
okay,
You
so
got
I must have been high vibrational before I went to the cemetery.
okay, yeah. If you was
Because when
happy,
I got to the cemetery, then I became low vibrational.
hmm because
Okay.
because your emotional state took a downturn. You went
Oh,
from happy
interesting.
to scared. Um,
Now, go back to the definition. What else does it say?
okay. Uh, the association of an object as communicated to and felt by others.
What does that mean?
Uh,
An association of an object that's communicated and felt by others. What does that even mean?
okay. It okay. Okay, if
Hey,
you
somebody in the
associate,
chat want to help us out here with this high vibrational, because I'm confused, yo. Go ahead.
okay. Oh, hey, Mike Green Eyes. He said, Mike Green Eyes said, we just used to say things were good vibes or bad vibes back in the day, but the millennials had to reinvent the wheel to sound deeper than it is with high and low vibration.
Yeah,
I
because we're
am a
trying to figure this out. Like, it don't even make sense. Okay, it's a state of emotion
mhm.
according to the dictionary or the meaning. It's an atmosphere of a place. Then it's a what is it again? Again, what is it? An object of.
The association of an object. Okay, all right. You okay? Some people collect objects because they're associated with a happy thing, or there's some personal memorabilia or something that somebody gave you. That you have personal, you have good feelings about this object because you associate them with a person or the feelings that they gave you and stuff like that.
Mhm.
Um, like, is there something you still hang on to that a family member have gave you, and when you see and handle it, um, do you have good feelings or bad feelings? That is what they're talking about, the association
Well,
of
what if a guy
uh-huh.
like gives a woman as a gift? What if he gives her some lingerie? What kind of
Okay.
vibration is that?
I'm assuming it's a sexual vibration.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying because you said an object, right?
Uh-huh.
An object that what is it? An object of what?
The association of an object
Associated of
as
an object.
communicated to and
Yeah.
felt by
Okay,
others.
here, baby. Here's some high vibrational lingerie.
She gonna look at you like, what?
Well,
No,
no, I
no,
want
no,
you to
no, no, no.
associate yourself with the object.
Yeah, she associates you with the object.
No, but I'm just, okay. If I say, well, here, babe, here's some high vibrational lingerie. She said, "What the hell is this?" And then I just say, "Well, you know, it's high vibration. I want to associate you with the object."
Max, you,
No,
you don't be saying that. It's about the emotions behind it.
well, no, I can say the emotions. I can control the emotions by telling her that, look, I'm just being high vibrational. I'm just associating you with the object.
Okay.
I'm just
Yeah,
going by the meaning, right? What else does it say?
okay, bro speak says kind of like a good luck charm. Uh, you know, low vibration.
Okay, what else does it say?
Okay, what else does it say? Okay, okay, this particular definition area. Okay, what is vibration? Easy definition. Okay, the easy definition is a rapid motion as a stretch cord back and forth. The action of moving or causing to move back and forth from side to side very quickly. The state of being
Wait a minute.
one.
Stop.
Uh-huh.
A rapid motion of a stretch cord back and forth?
Okay, a rapid motion back and forth, and they gave as of a stretch cord.
Okay, so you're a rapid motion. Okay, so if you're a high vibrational being, that means you are continuously in a rapid movement back and forth. So if you're
Oh,
doing that, so wait a minute. So if you're doing that as an adult, when you get diagnosed with ADHD?
okay. That has something.
Wait a minute. I'm trying to picture this. A high vibration, okay, a movement back and forth, right?
Okay, okay, okay. That has to do with okay. Maybe this is a little bit better.
Okay, so wait a minute. So say we out to dinner, okay, and I'm sitting in the chair,
Mm-hmm.
all right, and we're ordering and whatnot, and I just start rocking back and forth. You say, well, Max, what are you doing? I'm vibrating, okay. And so as we're waiting for the dinner, it's taking too long. I start to rock back and forth faster because now I'm upset. So now I'm high vibrating.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah, I'm
so sorry.
vibrating like a motherfucker now because I'm hungry. Like, where the hell is the food? Why y'all taking so long, man? Don't you see me vibrating?
Okay, I heard of being so mad that you vibrate, but
Yeah, I'm vibrating, man. I'm hungry as hell. Where's my food? I'm probably fucking vibrating, man.
uh,
Man,
okay,
this is
that takes on a
bullshit.
whole nother meaning.
Huh? Now, what else to say there?
Okay, let me try this definition out of the Webster dictionary. It says a characteristic um,
Characteristic.
emanating a characteristic emanation,
Characteristic.
a characteristic emanation or
Emanating.
aurora,
Emanation.
um, aurora or spirit that infuse.
Aura.
Oh, okay, I keep wanting to put an O in there. A characteristic emanation, aurora, or a
No,
spirit that
aura, damn,
aura.
aura. Uh,
Okay, a characteristic emanation,
characteristic
or
emanation, aura.
aura, or a
Hmm.
spirit that infuse or vitalize someone or something, and that can be instinctively sensed or experienced.
What?
Uh, okay, a
Man,
characteristic,
this is bullshit, yo.
or maybe this other one, a distinctive, usually emotional atmosphere capable of being sensed.
A distinctly emotional atmosphere capable of being sensed. I don't know about y'all. I have no idea what a high vibrational being is. Matter of fact, I'm even more confused now.
Okay, okay, let me try another
I don't know
dictionary.
what the hell they're talking about.
Okay, let me try this dictionary. Okay, the first definition for vibration is continuously quick, slightly shaken movement. Okay,
Continuously quick, light shaking movement. Is
slight,
that what you said?
slight shaking movement.
Continuously say it again.
A continuously quick, slight shaking movement.
A continuously quick, slight shaking movement.
Hmm. All right, and here's another. Let's see.
So what if somebody was doing that while you was in the line at Burger King, waiting to get a Whopper or something? Somebody next to you with the continuously quick movement, slight shaking movement. I mean,
If
would
they
you feel some kind of, huh?
if they vibrate, I will step back because I
Yeah,
think
yeah.
they're mad.
Well, you know what? You see, I'm glad because now I can. Hey, you know what? I have knowledge now. Now I can go outside in the world and pick out vibrational people.
Okay,
Like, hey, man, you're vibrating. Oh, okay. So I see you're vibrating, huh? You know. So if someone's not continuously quick, slightly shaking, then they're not vibrating. I say, hey, what's up, yo? I see you're not vibrating today. I don't see that continuously quick, slight shaking movement.
okay. Here's another one from another dictionary. How about this?
How many dictionaries you got?
Okay, I'm pulling up all of them until I can find one where we can understand what they talk. Emotional. qualities are supernatural emanations that are sensed or felt by another person or thing.
Okay, that sounds like a bunch of hocus pocus right there. That's the most gypsy fortune telling shit.
Well, exactly. New Age stuff. Uh, okay, how about this? A distinctive emotional quality or atmosphere that is sensed or experienced by someone.
Good luck with that.
Uh,
Good luck with that, huh?
maybe we should try just. I'm gonna try just looking up high vibration. Maybe it'll give me a better
Yeah, yeah,
definition.
yeah. It's a high vibration. Probably gonna
High
find a lot of hyperbole.
vibration definition.
Gonna find like lot of hyperbole.
Okay, here's what it says.
Hmm.
High vibrations are generally associated with positive qualities and feelings, such as love, forgiveness, compassion, and peace. On the other hand, low vibrations are associated with dark qualities such as hatred, fear, greed, and depression.
Oh, now it's starting to make sense. So the good people. So when you do good, when you're behaving in a good manner, you're vibrating high. And when you're some kind of wicked little evil scumbag, you're vibrating low.
Yeah, yeah.
Interesting.
So the group was in a high vibration. There was forgiveness, there was love, there was compassion, there was peace, and they were talking, and nobody was feeling anything negative. Then
So
here
so
comes Campbell coming in with his darker
with the
qualities,
low vibration,
vibration, and he
yeah.
changed the mood. Now everybody
So
is angry, pissed.
so she was right when she said he was low vibrational.
Hmm.
Interesting.
Hmm.
Fascinating stuff. Okay, then play the tape.
All right, all
Okay,
right.
y'all, okay, y'all, we found it. High vibrational means you are the good person. Didn't go the good guy. Low vibration means you're the bad guy.
Positive emotions. I
handle
Gonna play it.
my physiological health over to somebody because of something they said.
Right.
I don't see how that is working because no matter how much we try to control how other people express themselves, because we're all different, that is never going to happen. It is true that we should be flexible enough to adjust ourselves depending on our audience.
Right.
The operative word is should, and should is not reality. And that's
Mhm.
not how people are going to behave.
Right. You said something about holding somebody responsible for how you feel. But isn't that what he was doing the whole time when he was talking? I mean, how he felt came out in the things that he said, especially how he talked about how women are opening up their legs, especially when he talked about how women are the biggest problem in the community. Isn't that how he felt?
Everything he said was based on how he felt.
Right. And so he was
Absolutely.
holding, right. And
But
so he was trying to hold on by your logic. He was attempting to hold someone else responsible for how he felt.
and what I'm saying to you is by my logic, I'm not saying he was correct because he's a
Okay.
man or any of this other stuff. What I'm talking about applies to everyone. This isn't I don't engage in this man versus women stuff. I personally don't. I engage in human being stuff,
Right.
universal realities associated with human being stuff. So it's not me trying to take his side or anybody's side. I'm just saying, in that particular situation, the conversation didn't revolve around him holding people responsible for his feelings. The conversation revolved around people saying, I felt disrespected because of the energy he brought and what he said. Now, when I hear somebody say that, I'm hearing them say, he's responsible for my feelings. And I feel like I have to respond and defend myself. What I know about truth is when you don't argue. You only argue when you're not quite sure about what you think you know.
Mm-hmm. Okay, but you see, people respond to certain things that are being said. Some words, when they're said, they trigger people's emotions. That's the way it is. That's the way it has always been. I don't see it changing anytime soon. No matter what state of consciousness we achieve, I just don't see it changing.
That's true. I have people tell me that all the time.
Uh-huh.
And I always tell people when I say brother, people tell me that all the time because I'm constantly having this exact same conversation about holding others responsible for how we feel based on what they said. And people say, well, what you're talking about is idealistic. It's not going to happen. That's not how humans behave. That's not how. And I say, yeah, I understand. But it's difficult for me to believe you know that or anybody else knows that if it hasn't been addressed and it hasn't been tried. How can you hold it? Wait, how can you say to me, this is how it's always been and how it's always going to be when nothing else and a different approach and thought process has not been introduced? It's kind of like them brothers them two boys who said we're going to create an airplane. And everybody said they crazy. There's no way we were meant to fly. There's no way a machine is going to fly from one city or state to another, a country to another. Everybody, except those two boys, said that they were crazy and it's not going to happen. But they had the mindset. They had the mindset to go for it. And what I'm saying is, I believe that humans have the ability to take control of our own emotions and not hand that over to somebody else simply because of what they said. That's what I believe.
Yeah, right. I think right now you're asking for, at this state of our development as human beings, you're pretty much asking for an impossibility. We are raised in a cesspool of hatred. We are conditioned in that cesspool of hatred. Now, what you're talking about, I respect, but that's not going to happen anytime soon. It probably won't happen for another, I don't know, maybe 100 generations. There's too much hatred.
You have a right to
that we've been raised in. You're going to look around and you look at the world and you see what's going on in this world, right? We are surrounded and saturated in hatred. We are raised in it every single day. We deal with it every single day. We are conditioned that way. Now, what you're talking about, okay, it sounds great. I don't think it's going to happen in our lifetime. It's going to take a long time for us to get to that point.
You have a right to believe that. And it is that kind of thought process that has smashed and totally destroyed a lot of other great ideas. So that's not something I'll ever accept. But
well, no, I'm not saying you have to. Right.
No,
I'm not saying you have to.
I didn't say you said I had to accept it. I'm just saying that's not something I'll accept. But I also believe you have the right to say that.
I got that, but you see, even though we have been raised in a cesspool of hatred, there are still many of us who persevere and still bring forth great ideas. Because there's some of us strong enough to resist what we've been raised in. Because we either had a strong background, we had people there to help us. We need help with that. That's not something that we can just automatically turn on after being raised so many years in this kind of environment that we call America. Especially after the trauma that our ancestors have gone through, and the trauma that they've passed down to many of us, and what we're still going through.
Yeah, Dame, stop it.
Man, dude, we need help with that.
Dame.
If you don't believe it can happen, I understand.
I'm not saying it can't happen. I'm just saying that.
Dame,
can you hear me?
Lifetimes or 100 generations.
Yeah, I believe it.
Did you stop it? Dame, are you there? Okay.
Yeah, yes, I'm here. I was just fighting with something.
Yeah, well, basically, he wants us to flip a switch, y'all, and turn off all the conditioning that we've gone through for a number of years that pretty much have shaped our identities, our personalities. We are supposed to just turn that off and walk into this phantom zone of higher consciousness, as if our lives didn't matter beforehand. Okay? I don't know how realistic that is, but people have a right to believe what they want to believe and think what they want to think. That doesn't sound realistic to me. I think that's a cool thing to want to reach a higher state of consciousness, but there's some obstacles that we have to overcome first before we can even begin to talk about a higher state of consciousness. If you want to introduce the concept of it, go right on ahead. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was waiting for you to say something.
I'm sorry, but yeah, that is unrealistic, or at least not to expect that from instantly. You gotta give people a chance to build up to it like you did.
Well, no, I'm just saying that, and to say that she is under the microscope because she doesn't practice this ideology that you're talking about. I think I don't think that's fair.
No.
And again, why are we only discussing her behavior? Hassan was, way out of line. They entertaining people for a few minutes. I'll be right back. Somebody get that buy out of here. I gotta order my food. I'll be right back.
On top of it. On
You
top
heard
of
me?
it. Yes, I heard you. Yeah.
I'll be right back.
All right. So yeah, but that's just the thing. He's trying to hold her, or or even women in particular, because Max said we emotional people, and that's not gonna be something that's easily that we can do. And why should we? Because that's part of our makeup. You try to take it from one area, it's gonna cross over into all others. But the main thing was he was critiquing her for responding to provocation. He felt that she should have ignored it or not let it affect her. Excuse me. He's provoking. He's doing it deliberately, unnecessarily. Yeah. So she's supposed to take all these little cuts here, cut there, cut here. Are we supposed to take all these little cuts here, cut there, cut here? So we're gonna die by 1,000 cuts. You gonna wait till we dead? Oh, she shouldn't have took that. Why nobody's a protector? Exactly. Or she should have left. Excuse me, she had every right to be there. She was invited there. She was a guest there. She was up there for a while with no issue. Why should she leave and break promises or go back on her word because one person is provoking her? hmm And she's and that she shouldn't react, that she shouldn't retaliate. Excuse me, how are you gonna get them to stop? They're gonna keep doing it. Oh, they'll eventually get tired, and some people don't get tired. They'll keep provoking until you make it uncomfortable for them to provoke. And how you do that, you retaliate. It's not like she went out, got a gun, and shot him. She was pointing out how he was and how he changed the atmosphere, and that the very things he was criticizing her and women for, she already addressed that. She addressed that. She had a solution for it and suggestions. She even made a whole workbook to help with the very things he was complaining about. So the issue was the way he said it and how uh and how he came in under in the mode of attack, how he putting everything on the women, how he's ignoring that women are keeping their side, that they are doing what he claiming they not doing. And even though he said the man, if 85% of men would take care of their kids, it would solve a lot of the problems in the black community. But yet somehow he's still blaming the women. Yeah, and by saying that she should have not let what he said provoke her or upset her or change her emotional state, you're giving him excuse. You make them the victim, the perpetrator. And you're not seeing that she and women and us women, because he's like all the women, all the black women. He wasn't specifically targeting her, but he said everybody, all of us. Okay, y'all have those of you who didn't see the video, y'all have to go back and see that whole video. But yeah. And he just put a band-aid by saying men and women. And after that, it was women, 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 women. Women, close your leg. Women, don't let the man crawl all over you. Women, you know he can't provide for them kids. He shouldn't be letting them crawl. Women, 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 women. So yeah, he gave a disclaimer, but he was attacking women. Mm-hmm. So and not and all women, think about it. Whether we have kids or don't have kids, he's saying we the problems in the community. He didn't say us as a people. And then when you add the language on top of it, yes, he's trying to kill us with 1,000 cuts. Yeah, and it's happening so slowly. Some women, it don't bother them. You know, they don't even realize they cut. Oh, he cut me. It don't hurt. It's not gonna kill me. Oh, he cut me again. Okay, I'm just bleeding a little bit. It's okay. I'll be all right. And he cut me again, 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 again. Yeah, take out the emotion. You take nutrient aspect of the women. Yeah, she didn't come as bad as she could have. Yes, you're right. She could have went through all kind of personal attacks. That's why I said she showed restraint. She let him say all the things she was gonna say until she couldn't take it anymore. Or as I said, she was waiting for the men, to step in, and she waited and she waited. It's not that she couldn't have stepped in from the beginning, but this is another person's channel. Um, these men are saying that that they are stepping into the leadership role, and part of the leadership role is to protect. So she was she was stepping she was stepping back in her place and allowing them to take, well, not allowing them, letting them do what they said they're going to do, but it didn't get done, and she couldn't take it anymore. Not to mention, probably was mad as heck, and teaching opportunity. Yeah. So some of that was mad as heck, and other parts of it was teaching opportunity. You know. Hmm. So yeah, because she had all kind of things, and knows all kind of things. Well, she made public all kind of things. So she could have hit below the belt, but she was being a woman. Woman does not hit below the belt. She don't need to. The most powerful women I know who can cut you down don't have to say one curse word. They don't have to pull out your past and issues and weaknesses to bring you down in size. And by the time she gets through, you're an inch high, you know. And she's fear. You dread when you come to her attention that she needs to speak to you. Hmm. Yeah, she's very respected and she's listened to, but they dread talking to her, because when she corrects. Now Zaza ain't reached her level yet. This woman is an elder. When I say elder, elder. So she had years to develop to reach that level. Although I've never heard of her cursing anyone out. Well, I did hear one time, but I never seen her do it. Didn't do it in the public sector and stuff like that. And even when I was provoking her, well, I wasn't trying to, but when she was correcting me, and I've seen her talk to men. I couldn't tell you what their conversation word for word was, but I could tell by the demeanor and the way he was standing that she was having a correction discussion. Uh huh. Yeah. And I was quick to hurry up and get out of there. But but as I said, she showed restraint and she waited. So I don't know, like from what I heard about Zaza before, she wouldn't have waited in the past. She wouldn't have let him get that far in the
Okay,
car. She wouldn't have waited
I'm
on
back.
him. So she grew. Hey, you back.
Yeah, I was just having a conversation with a couple of high vibrational truck drivers about better parking.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
we were very high vibrational.
Uh-huh. Oh, well, that's good. Okay.
Yeah, because it was a very good conversation.
Mhm.
I've already got the hang of this high vibrational stuff.
Uh huh.
Okay. So, yeah, it was a very productive conversation. It was good. So we were high vibrating. Okay. High vibrational level.
So, did you actually use the term high vibration with them?
Absolutely did.
And what did they say?
Well, um, one driver said that he heard of it. The other driver said he always thought that it was associated with too many things in a basket when you're shopping at a grocery store.
All right.
Okay. So where are we?
All right. So, I was talking about um, as far as I know from what I've heard of Zaza, she has grown. She's shown restraint. She didn't do personal attacks of stuff in his past because he got all kind of stuff she could have used
I
to
don't.
tear him down with.
Yeah, I don't even know why she's not on trial here. I mean,
Yeah.
the woman felt disrespected,
Mhm.
and he came at her in a very roundabout way. But it's no mistake that he was aimed at her because
Mhm.
she fancies herself as a scholar. You know, why we trying to act like we don't know what happened? See, I don't play that game.
Mhm.
You know, we know what happened. He came for her, and she answered.
Yeah.
That's pretty much what it was. And now we want to sit up here and try to paint him as some kind of victim and her as some kind of Loch Ness monster. I don't get it.
Or more like they trying to play him as innocent schoolboy and her as a Harrigan.
Okay, I don't get that one either.
Mhm. Mhm.
Okay, if you say so.
Okay. Well, I don't want to use that other word that they will use.
Hmm.
Mhm. Okay. Well, now that you're back, we shall continue on.
Uh-huh.
I'm
But it
saying
happened
is,
sometime in 100 generations.
okay, so if that's what you believe, I can believe that. You'll never
Yeah,
convince
because
me of that.
it's yeah, because the world that we live in, how okay,
There's
black
nothing
people.
that you can say that would convince me that we can't learn to be better in that way.
That's fine. I'm not saying we strive to be better every day, right? Many of us
No,
do.
we don't.
Well, some of us do. I know I do. Okay, but sometimes I fall short. Sometimes I haven't gotten on that bicycle to where I can keep riding it in a straight line to get to my destination. You know, but I try every day. Even if I fall off the bicycle, I get back on the bicycle. It's going to
Okay,
take
stop.
time. I'm not saying it can't happen.
I'm sorry, y'all.
I worded that wrong. What I meant to say was sometimes I get on my bicycle and drive in a straight line to get to my destination, and sometimes it don't happen. Sometimes I fall off the bike, but I get back on it. It's a process. We have to try to strive every day to be a better person. Again, we're born in hatred. This world is a hateful world. The people in it, there's a lot of hateful people in this world. We are in we've been um, raised in hate. Now, it's not to say that everybody is full of hatred and nobody's capable of love. That's not what I'm talking about. The overall environment that we live in is a hateful environment. When you look at the very standards of how we live, right? The wrong things seem to be right and the right things seem to be wrong. Like, for example, this whole conversation, we are accusing a woman or pretending to put a woman on trial or pretending to put a microscope on a woman who is defending herself from a man who launched a hellacious, brutal verbal assault on her that was ridiculously disrespectful. And so, because she responded, we're somehow saying that she should do better. See, that's wrong in itself. Nothing is made or said about the man who launched such a nasty attack, because that would be the right thing to do, right? So the
Right.
right thing is wrong. So we're doing the wrong thing as if it's the right thing, and the right thing as if it's the wrong thing.
It's,
Right.
it's a confusing mess.
Right. If you got someone that goes in the house and slaughters a whole bunch of people and steals everything they got, okay, we have no sympathy for the people who were murdered. We're going to try to fight for the person who did the murder. Like, I was watching a documentary one time, right, about this sister, okay, and she was evil, man. Let's, make no mistake about it. She was an evil sister. She was stabbing the hell out of people, killing people. She killed this mother of three. I think she was a lesbian, and they got into an altercation. She stabbed in the neck and watched the woman bleed out and all that stuff, right? So she was on death row. I remember they did a documentary about her, right? Man, the white people played her like a fiddle. They made her think that she was going to live. Okay, they made her think, and then they garnered all kind of sympathy for her. I thought her family was absolutely crazy. Let me tell you something. We're strong. My father raised us to be strong. If one of my brothers did some cock and made me crazy shit like that, out here murdering innocent people or whatever, I would disown him as a brother. My father did not raise animals and murderers. My mother and father did not raise animals and murderers. I would not recognize that as my brother anymore. No brother of mine would get out here and murder innocent people and steal their belongings. That's no brother of mine. That's not anybody I was raised in a household with. And like I said, I thought her family was crazy. They run to my, well, we hoping and God gonna do this and God gonna. First of all, he out here killing people, man. He killed 4 people in brutal fashion. He stabbed a mother of 3 in the throat over nothing, and watched the woman bleed out. And then we supposed to have sympathy for her. She running around talking about God working in mysterious ways. And they played her out too, man. They made her think that she was going to live up to the very last moment. The next thing you know, the next time you saw her, she was in the grave. I thought that was fucked up to what they did to her. But she deserved it. You can't go around here and put out that kind of energy and do these kinds of things and think that there's no consequence. I'm not saying that Hassan Campbell was on that level or whatever, but my point is negative energy, doing bad things to people, saying that you can't get away with just doing that. We don't work that. We don't function that way as a society of people. Sure, some of us can walk around here and pretend that we live in another whole atmosphere. That's fine. That's your prerogative. It doesn't mean that it's reality, though. But you're welcome to it. You can pretend to be whatever you want. You can be you can go float around here mentally in the atmosphere for all we care. But when it comes down to reality, we have to understand, as a society of people, we are naturally structured a different way. And we have to learn how to be better people every day. We have to become better people, better than we were the day before. And it's a struggle and it's a process. No one is saying that we can't learn different, or no one is saying that we can't learn better. But if you come in to us talking about, hey, if we at the bottom of the stairs and there's 15,000 steps to the top, and we at the very first step. You come and talking about, well, listen, by tomorrow I need you to be at the top of the steps. Like, man, you crazy, man. Ain't nobody going up no 15,000 steps in one day. And that's what I think that some of these conscious people think that we're capable of doing. We just can't go up 15,000 steps in one day. It takes time to get up those steps. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, they forgot about their struggle to get to that level, and the time that it took. They went high into the stratosphere and forgot what their earthly form was like.
Yeah, no doubt.
Mm.
I mean, we got people now talking about they was abducted by aliens.
Okay.
You know?
Yeah.
I
I
mean,
was wondering.
we got people doing heavy drugs and overdosing, talking about they saw the devil. I mean, you know, all kinds of stuff going on. People abducted by aliens. I'm not saying any of this stuff isn't true. I'm just telling you it's out there. I don't know if this stuff is true or not. I don't even know these people. I've heard of. I used to watch Young Pharaoh a lot. When the Young Pharaoh first came out, I thought he was a really smart young man. You know, I used to enjoy his shows. He was very informative, and you know, he had a lot of information. I used to really enjoy his shows, and then he lost his mind, and all kinds of other things started to happen. So I stopped watching. You know, and there was a couple of people like that. You got some lunatic who calls himself. I think his name is Nature Boy. You know, we got all these crazy people with these ideologies, and you know, calling themselves a reflection. How do you call yourself a reflection? You ever thought about what some of these people say sometime, y'all? You know, think about it. Somebody gets up and sees you in the morning. Morning reflection. I
Oh.
mean, first I'm like, okay,
It sounds
okay.
like they took something from the Bible and twisted it up to their own purposes.
And people got all these crazy ass sayings, and yeah, I don't know, but it's a lot that we have to deal with every day. The spookisms, the consciousness, uh, the constant, you know, deception every single day. We got a lot we have to overcome. You know, we're still trying to figure out whether we want to be black or not. Got people running around here now talking about they don't even want to be black. So you got dudes running around here talking crazy, talking about they don't want dark skinned children. I don't get it.
So, yeah.
Play it. It's going to take time, brother. It's just too much in us to just all of a sudden reverse like that.
Okay. Yeah.
There's too much hatred. There's too much self-hatred.
Mm-hmm.
You got people walking around here who don't want to be black. You got people walking around here who are afraid to be black. You got people around here hating other blacks hating other blacks. This is too much going on within ourselves that we have to fix before we can even begin to try to think of some kind of state of consciousness like that.
If you believe that, I understand.
Okay, I'm not saying that we can't one day. I don't see it happening now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I mean, we could try.
Yeah.
You know, I'm never going to say something better for us. It's not good for us. We can try. I don't see it happening right now.
My brother.
Because it's just too much.
I mean, I really understand you. It's like you keep saying it can't happen. And I'm saying I understand you.
Now
and I will
stop.
never believe that because
Am I saying it can't happen, or am I saying it can't happen now? I don't see it. I stand by what I said. I don't see it happening now. There's just too much to overcome.
Yeah.
It's too much. We have a lot to overcome. We have a lot of fixing to do with ourselves. We can't even exist peacefully together most of the time. We're always at each other's throats about something. We got to fix that before we start talking about collectively trying to go to a higher state of consciousness. You say, well, you want to introduce the concept. Introduce it. If it works, great. We need all of the help we can get. Not saying it can happen. I'm just saying I don't see it happening now. But that's just my opinion. That's just my view on things. It doesn't mean that that's written in concrete. Maybe it could happen. Maybe it can happen overnight. I don't know. I don't see that with all of the stuff that we're dealing with. But anything is possible.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. One day at a time, one step at a time. But you can't expect instantaneous response. You ain't even said how it can be done. What you got to work on first. My answer is restraint.
I'm in a
Well, no,
different
I'm not
place.
saying it can't happen.
So
I'm
what I'm
saying I don't
saying
see it
is,
happening now.
okay, so you keep saying that over and over again. I'm saying I got you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
What else do you want me to say? I understand you.
Yeah. And if you can see that we as a people change and not letting our emotions get to her, I can see Hassan Campbell changing how he speaks to women.
I've seen Hassan Campbell speak like that to everybody.
Mm-hmm,
I don't see him speak exclusively to women like that. I've seen him
Okay.
speak like that to men and women.
Okay,
And yet we listen to him come in again, and he spoke without using all that language. So he's
but
capable of it.
Well, he
but
was the
hold on,
first time
stop
he
it.
spoke, he was speaking.
But speaking like that to everyone, does that mean it's right? Does it mean that you carry this negative energy to everybody that you speak with? Doesn't mean that it's right. It doesn't. It's still negative energy. You just I don't understand that kind of concept to where, okay, well, he speaks like that to everybody. Let's just ignore it. Well, you probably could to a certain extent,
Mm-hmm.
and to a certain extent, you probably can't.
Yeah.
All right, let's drop the link.
Okay.
Open up the panel.
Okay. Here we
Anybody want
go.
to get on it into the discussion? And very, very interesting discussion.
Okay. Well, Kev said he's not going to change. It's how people like that make a living now. Male and females cross over for the money.
Well, that's not working out for us now, is it? Seem to be making things worse. We seem to be more at each other's throats now than we ever were before.
Yeah. Yeah. And I don't know. Somehow it seemed kind of worse. That means it's not that he can't change. It's that he don't want to because he makes money this way. So he's gonna keep provoking, throwing out this negative energy, and just so he can make money. So it's not that he really has an issue with black women. It's that he makes his money by turning it into an issue that black women are problem. So all these people that feel that that is true and going to him because he is saying that, you just throwing your money out to somebody who don't even believe what you believe. And if he's just doing it for the money, is it even correct? He's just feeding you a drug of, yeah, it's not my fault. It's their fault. It's them. Is because of them the black community ain't there. They not letting me leave. Yes, it's getting worse. Yeah, I agree. People are making excuses and are celebrating it. Yeah, yeah. We see it all the time. The negative attracts a lot of people. It's like a magnet. If you notice with magnets, you gotta have the negative and the positive for the magnet to attract another magnet. So the negative side of the magnet attracts the positive side of another magnet. Hmm. Hey, bro, speak.
Hey, what's going on? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah. Uh yeah.
So I'm
Last
assuming
night
you
was
got your food, so you're no longer high vibrating.
no, I'm still high vibrating. I haven't got my food yet, so I'm still waiting.
Uh,
Yeah, they a little behind, so yeah, I'm still vibrating right now. Like, where the hell is my food at? But yeah, it's like people making excuses for him to do what he did, and then but you're not lending that same courtesy to Zaza. And like I said before, I mean, she could have went way worse than what she did. She just threw his message right back at him, you know,
mhm.
in the same way he brought it. So I didn't see where there was the problem. But,
Yeah.
people think what they want to think. I mean, the guy last night, I mean, I'm not saying he don't have a point, and I don't think if you're not controlling your emotions and you're doing bad behavior, but at the same time, there's going to be some point where people are going to. There comes a point where you can't just let people just do any old thing, and you just take it, because they're gonna take it too far, and then now what you gonna do? So, and like I said, it's a great theory. You know, wish it could happen, but shoot, easy to say, hard to practice.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
What up, bro?
Even
Speak.
Done, man.
Hey, man. Have you been high vibrating today? Did you get your high vibration on?
Well, I'm high vibrating because I'm waiting for my food. Like, dude,
Hell, I'm
y'all
waiting
said
on
it was
it.
supposed, y'all, they said it'd be here 15 minutes ago. I'm like, where my food at?
Yeah,
I'm vibrating
wait,
right now.
yeah.
didn't you
I'm
say
waiting on
that
mine too.
over an hour ago?
Yeah. Uh, and then it was saying, well, I ordered it, and then I'm like, okay, it'll be here at such and such time, and that was like 10, 15 minutes ago. Now all of a sudden they telling me, oh, we with delay. I'm like, dude, now I'm really high vibrate.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, hey,
now
I'll be right back.
Mhm.
extremely low vibrating. It never fails. That's when you get caught up in another
Yeah, I'm
conversation.
low. I'm low vibrating now, but when I get my food, I'll be happy. So I'll be on my high vibrating. I'll be high vibration once I get my food.
Mhm, mhm. Oh, okay. You and Rose Peak having the same issue.
Yeah, waiting on my food, man. Yo,
Yeah.
Abby is making some oil.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's good. That's good. Hey. Yeah. Yeah. Kev, I never heard a woman say, I don't want you to lead. Neither.
Kev, cut
That
it out, man. You
you
two
hear a whole
faced it,
bunch of
man.
dudes that will claim that women are
Hey,
not
hey,
meant to
hey, hey,
lead. Mm-mm.
Kev, man, you two faced it, bro. You know, you be in one chat saying one thing about women, black women, and then you be in another chat saying crazy shit about black women, man. What's up with that? 1 minute you on RBR, talking, going along with all that crazy shit, laughing at all those disparaging things he said about black women. Then you on a woman's channel, acting like you get along with him and shit. I notice cats like you, man, y'all go to these channels to where you can have a situation to where the black woman is talked about in a downward type situation. I noticed that that's where you guys seem to nest at. You know.
Okay. So Kev is two facing it or he's pandering.
Yeah, yeah, he pretty much two faced it, man. It is what it is. I mean, you got people like that. I'm not saying he don't have a right to be that way.
Okay.
That's him. You know.
Hmm.
Um, but you got people like that.
Hmm. Yeah. Son says, I'm vibrating so hard, I'm about to cause an earthquake.
Yeah, right.
So all three of y'all are waiting on food.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
waiting on mine, man. Hopefully, mine will be here in the next few minutes. But yeah, we got this hatred for I wouldn't say we, but we got to get out of this negative vibe that we have towards our women, man. We really got to cut it out. It's not going to do us it's not going to do any of us any good. You
Hold on
know.
a second.
I'll be right back again, Dan.
Yeah, yeah. Hello?
You said I don't know you, Kevin. Well, I don't know you personally, but I know of guys like you who are two-faced. It's not something that somebody told me. It's something that I observed with my own eyes. I've observed you go in one chat and be with the people who are talking crazy about black women, and you up there kikiing and laughing with them. Then I've seen you go on women's channels and buck up to them like you all good. That's two faced, bro. But I guess it's YouTube, right? I guess that's something that we should expect. I'll be right back, y'all.
Mm. Yeah, there's a lot of people on YouTube who do that stuff. I'd be surprised.
All
Uh,
right. Okay. I remember earlier I was talking about relative lady, an elder chastised. I was getting my chastisement today. Um, yeah, YouTube is like a box of chocolate. Yeah, but I like to bite into a box of chocolate. I'm not trying to take a bite out of YouTube. I don't know what I might get. You know, you might. It's one thing to get a chocolate you don't care for. It's another thing to get something.
yeah, I hear you. You be going on the channel and they just talking crazy stuff. What did I just step into? Oh, hell no, man! I gotta go. I don't want nobody associating this with me. you you doing too much stuff. I gotta go. Oh man.
So it'd be like, what the heck are they talking about?
Yeah.
Uh, or start off nice and then it gets to a sector, or you go, you walk away for a second, like, oh, what the heck? Hey,
Mm,
Cal, Max will be back in a minute.
Hey, Dan, I'm here. I'm gonna wait for her.
Okay. Okay, so is the avatar, is that you or is that just a image you like?
Oh, that's the Mardi Gras and today's Mardi Gras.
Oh yeah,
Mardi Gras,
yeah,
that's one of the Indians in New Orleans. They getting out later this season. We'll go out there and see.
yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's a
Yeah, I touched on it a little bit for ladies' night and my conversation with Lady Dame. Although the conversation with Lady Dame was about the king cake.
uh,
Um,
I missed it. I'm gonna go back and look at it.
mhm. Somebody said, "Shoots, too bad you weren't here. You would love to discuss stuff like this."
Oh yeah.
I was like, "Well, yeah, I believe so. Yeah, because ooh, anyway, yeah. So they did the documentary that this young guy did um over the one for 2020. I was like, I had wondered what had happened, because I didn't go, and the relatives that I still have there. One, she's not really into Mardi Gras. She believes in staying home and stuff like that. So she's like, well, I wasn't really, into, going out or anything. Something happened. I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah.
But,
So we get all.
sometimes that's the
So
way some of the elders in our family be.
yeah,
They say, no, y'all go out. Y'all, I'm too old for that nonsense.
it's more of a bucket list thing. Once you do it once or twice as an adult, you're pretty much good with it, especially going down there in Urban Street and French Quarter. But for the
Yeah.
most part, it's a family event. I bring my daughter would like to go. So,
Yeah.
and they're not safe areas. It's not, a lot of people take what
Yeah.
they see from the news, but it's pretty much safe. We bring the kids out.
Yeah. Yeah, and I showed a little bit of the Cajun Mardi Gras. I said I only experienced that one or two times because we always, as a family, would go to New Orleans. But hey, did you see the Hassan Campbell and Zaza thing?
I don't know. I know Hassan. I don't know Zaza. I know as Hassan.
Okay, I'm back, y'all.
Oh, okay.
Hassan make his money. He not gonna stop. Controversy gonna be his thing.
I don't think y'all want him to stop, man. I think y'all want this bullshit to continue.
Actually, it's not gonna stop, whether we want it to or not. And then see
I think that if you wanted to, we could stop it if you want to stop it.
how you go by that.
Well, you step to the brothers who are perpetuating it. I let them know that it's no longer going to be tolerated or it's going to be consequences.
They're not gonna stop, man. I didn't.
Well,
I didn't.
then,
I didn't want
well, then
all.
they face. Well,
When
then
all
they face the. Well, then you have to be ready to levy consequences.
something different.
That's the way they did it back in the day. The men in my community, if there was a particular brother in the community that was disturbing the community, they stepped on. You're either going to stop it or it's going to be an issue.
Mm.
So he had two choices: either stop it or deal with the issue.
Listen, let me ask you something. You've been around these parts a lot longer than me. What is a red pill and what is a dusty?
A who?
Red pill.
Well, the red pill. These guys are supposed to be the guys who. I'm not sure what they. I know they rail against women. They always constantly blaming women for shit. But I think now I'm hearing that all of them are not like that. And the ones who are like that are the ones who are extreme, like Red Supreme, who blame black women for everything and constantly bad mouthing black women, make
That's
one
what I
stream after another.
So I thought it was pretty much against divestors.
A
I don't.
divester.
I
I
don't.
think that's supposed to be somebody. I think that's supposed to be somebody who I don't know is leaving the black race or some shit.
Yeah, well, see, that's what I thought Red was. He was against divestors.
No, I don't know what the fuck. Well, Red is just a black woman hater. You know, you're a piece of shit.
And what's the dusty?
Huh?
And what's the dusty?
Who?
I said, what's the dusty? I get called all kinds of stuff. Dusty, whatever, Doc.
Oh, a Dusty is a guy like Hassan Campbell.
I said, I thought it meant financial status, taking care of your kids, pretty much some of that kind of stuff. Right?
Yeah, that too. Deadbeat dad. Deadbeat nigga.
Refused to step up into his leadership role.
Well, I'm clear.
How do we go from being proud to raise our children to not wanting to deal with our children at all? I come from an era where black men were proud to raise their children.
I can't answer that one. I always
now you got niggas out here talking about they don't even want dark-skinned children. I heard some dumbass nigga the other day talking about if a black woman can't give him a light-skinned child, you don't want to deal with black women. Wait, come on, where the fuck is this coming from?
That's crazy.
Stupid shit, man. If a black woman can't give me a light-skinned child, I don't want to deal with black women. I'm going to go deal with me a white woman. That's all right. You're going to get enough of that white woman when she start getting Brad on your ass.
Now, see, you've seen the thing. I got a lot intertwined with RBR. And I do got some points that he worked when they got some things that me and RBR do not agree upon. I'll give you an example. RBR don't believe in stocks and investing in that type of shit like that. Me, personally, that's what I do. We ain't gonna never agree on it because he think that.
Hey, y'all can't see that RBR is anti-black. Y'all really that blind?
You think so? I don't see it.
Think so.
And far as divestors or biracial people who've been in the game for a long time, like
go to RBR.
Go
to RBR. Check this out. Go to RBR, right? And try to pitch him something positive about black people and watch what he does. Say, hey, RBR, we're going to get a couple of black people in the community together. We're going to purchase some property and we're going to try to build a school, right? Tell him some shit like that and watch what he say to you.
I don't think that man going to have a problem with that. That's positive.
Trust me. Go and tell him, hey, RBR, we're going to get a couple of black people together, man. We're going to build our own thing. We're going to do our own. Make sure you tell them, listen, man, we're going to do our own thing as blacks, right? And watch what happens.
Well, you don't think that'll work. You think that we eventually have to work with other people, I think,
Watch what happens. Not only is he going to kill the idea, he's going to accuse you of wanting to kill all black people.
Y'all make me laugh.
RBR is a spook Sambo that wants black people to conform to white. RBR is the kind of Sambo that think it's safer to be under white people who aren't racist. He don't mind being under white supremacists because he thinks white supremacists won't kill us. RBR is paranoid and spooked out of his mind like Larry Elder. The difference between RBR and Larry Elder, Larry Elder still seems to be in his right state of mind. But they're the same guy. You know, they're the same guy. Spooked as a fucking, scared to death of white.
I think he always talking about they're gonna kill us.
I do believe if they had a chance, they will keep us at the bottom of the barrel. I do believe that. I think I think America gets uncomfortable when we start progressing. That's why we always, we always seem to have an issue with, the most productive black, people in this country. There's always something. It's like that. Eventually, we gonna just break through the glass. I always see the glass as half full. If we survive this long, ain't nothing much gonna stop us. We just had to catch on to the game. I mean by the game, I mean the financial game, property game, trying to get some stuff on the grocery shelf, stuff like that. And again, the way to do that now, I always said, growing up in the late '80s and '90s, well, when the money was flowing on the street level, brothers knew how to make money. They didn't know what to do with the money. So now we just got to figure out what to do with the money that we do have. And I take my own personal experience and what I do myself. And what I personally do, whether I have money or not, is I come to YouTube to support black content creators. If I can sit up there and watch the news and that shit from Fox News, and turn y'all on and listen to a regular everyday story from real people. When I get an extra little change, I send $5, $10, $20 if I can. That's my way of supporting. Also, with my daughter, I go to SD or I go to Amazon in the black area and get some books for my daughter by black authors, black hair care products. And see, now to me, the glass is half full because now I can reach out and spend my money with my own people. And that's step one. They got some people who worked at Foot Locker who started their own shoe company in Louisiana. I make it a point to order my shoes from them. For my daughter or something like that. Things like that, small sacrifices is definitely a first step.
Yeah. 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 With the hair care product, yeah, we gotta find a way because the Asians have taken over the distribution, certain products from the distribution, and they keep trying to what they call it. Okay, say you have a product and that you make and you sell and stuff like that. What they do is they'll take your product, try to copy it, and then underwrite you by selling it cheaper, and then dropping you off the distribution listing altogether, and sell their imitation version of your product.
Right. And see, now you can skip the distribution guy because you have Amazon and free shipping now. So you can cut out some of that middleman and still seek your purchases.
Yeah. But that's good. That's good.
Just things like that, and just supporting the smaller areas. Not me being in the service industry. Those little tips and things help. People bring that straight home. They got a couple of things, man. Let's see what else. For the community right now, I'm gonna get two of the little kids, 1 to 15 years old. We gonna set out and we gonna build a basketball goal because they like to shoot basketball. But when they got it, and they what is old. Just simple things like that. Me and the two boys, we gonna get together. I know they parents and neighbors, and I'm gonna teach them. I never built one, but we gonna learn together. Even with my other page, Yeah, 504 stocks and Bitcoin. Whatever I get in donations, I try to go in and they got like a little board. I grew up in a board group home and juvenile system. So I go to try to help the boys who don't know before they get to adolescence. And me and my friends go down and we tell them the mistakes we made. Real, all the dumb shit. The problems with relationships, the problem with the difference when you out there hustling and what kind of time you go get, and then try to have them evaluate and weigh the pros and cons before they get into that life. It ain't worth it to lose 5 years of your life behind a little funky little 7 grand. That kind of stuff like that. And then a
Mm-hmm.
lot of them don't realize how much time they can actually get for the smallest little things until they already caught up in the system.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So the thing is, long term, the boys got to be worked with, right? Me myself growing up around the same time that Max did, we always took the other kids under our wing, man. That's nothing new. And so we got to work on the boys, but I do understand what Max and some of the other people are saying, BG and stuff like that, even Bomb Cherry. That shit, the shit that comes from the manosphere, these younger cats, I'm older.
Uh-huh.
Uh, Kevin Samuels is older.
Mm-hmm.
These young kids are buying that shit in hook, line, and sinker. You're 20 something years, 20 something years old, talking about what you can bring to the table. And you haven't even, if you can go by that logic, you're not even on the level to look for a girlfriend or a wife yet because you're not 35 or 40 at your maximum financial potential. If
Mm-hmm.
that's the way the world works, we really messed to make 100,000. So you got to be in the 1% to get an old lady. That just doesn't make sense to me, man. That don't make sense to me. But them younger guys taking that to the head as an arguing point with women in everyday relationships. And we talking about the 35 on down, who haven't really, and 30 on down, who really haven't experienced a lot of relationships, or like Max would say, don't
Mm-hmm.
understand women feminine energy. We don't. Boys don't. You know, it's not an attack when they speak something verbally. It's how they respond. I get
Yeah.
that, and
Yeah.
and that's my thing with it.
Okay.
So
So you don't think that okay, if she says something and she provokes you and stuff like that, are you one of those where she started it?
I suggest the dude just leave. It's not even worth the argument.
Mm-hmm.
Leave or say, look, we go talk later. The kind of shit that we wasn't taught that as boys. When things get escalated, how to bring them on back down. I understand why things are escalating. I can recall in some situations it got a little heated, and coming from the female, and I'm like, well, what's wrong? She's like, I don't really know what's wrong yet, but something was bothering. So I had to learn that there's different times that they go vent certain ways about certain things, whether it's school, kids, or what happened at work. I had to learn that,
Mm-hmm.
and that comes with trial and error because nobody ever really said that. We usually get our mother's temperament when we were raised by just females.
Mm-hmm.
And we kind of take to that. But when you're dating, that's kind of different. Your mom can escalate, you will tone down. In a relationship, if it escalates, well, you kind of in a rock and a hard place, So just getting some separated time and communicating, because I've made that mistake, trial and error, you know,
Mm-hmm.
and that's how I feel about it.
Yeah.
Even with my ex, we later talked after dating and said, well, this, and we talked about the problem. Like, well, I didn't know you felt like that. And he's like, well, I didn't know you felt like that because we never sat down and talked about how we felt about certain things.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But most people just jump into a relationship without any goal. Just like we together, I like you, I like me. Okay, well, the planning
Yeah.
got as an old, now that we're older, the planning got to come down. To what's on the table. We've been seeing each other where we going with this. And that's something I didn't do at a young age. I was loved, but wasn't ready for that kind of commitment. I wasn't mature enough for that kind of commitment, should I say.
Oh, okay.
But still had that, but still was in that situation, and that caused me problems.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes I know they junior high and they're not mature. They're not maturing yet, and but they starting to be attracted to each other and stuff like that. And I see some of them and I cringe because they're fighting, they hitting and stuff like that. And then every now and then I see one. Now this is the weird part. If I was to ask them, they would say they're not a couple, they're not going together, that they just friends. But certain things they do tells me they have an interest in each other. You know, you know, they that's the level that they can handle right now is the friendship. But there's certain things I see in older couples that they are doing right now. You know, like I got one. They're not aware of it unless I point it out, but they touch each other. They like their legs got to be touching each other or something like that. And I seen the boy pull her knee deliberately against his knee. And I'm like, I'm watching this. It's like he just needs to touch her or for her to touch him. And
Mm.
but they don't see each other with goggles, love goggles, because they chastise each other because okay, like they had their progress report, and it's like you slipping here and stuff like that. Why you didn't tell me you need help? I'm good at the math and the science. And it's like I missed when you was gone on quarantine because I really needed help with the English and stuff like that. It's not the same as emailing and stuff like that. I'm hearing them, and they trying to make each other the better. And I say, okay, well, that's what you're supposed to. They do, but when I talk to them, they're like, oh no, we're just friends. Oh no, that's just my friend. And they're like, yeah, acting like a couple. They just that they don't do the kissy lovey dovey thing.
Mm.
But they care for each other.
You think they don't know how to?
I don't think I think they going on instinct. I
Mm.
think they like the need to touch each other, each other's leg and stuff like that. I think that's on an instinct level. I don't think, and I know they know when they miss each other when like as I said, one of them had to go for quarantine and was gone for a week, and like they missed them, and they talk outside of school.
Mm.
But if you ask them if they were boyfriend girlfriend, they'll tell you no. They'll just say they're friends.
Right.
hmm
Amen.
I think right now that's what they're comfortable with, and that's what they identify. It's
Right.
not about it's not about sex.
Right. See, as kids, that's what I was about to say. They're still innocent, but when they
hmm
run into this YouTube adult shit, it's gonna get ugly because
hmm
the frame of mind is still real young to be grooming. Even in
hmm
19, 20, early 20s, you're still young minded as far as relationships are concerned.
Yeah.
And see, some of my previous battles with the manosphere, some of the manosphere dudes, and a couple of them that I bumped into on Bomb Channel because they'll come through there every now and then.
hmm
Like when these dudes go to saying stuff like women don't want to be held, single moms don't want to be held accountable. Well, goddamn, they living in their damn accountability. They wake up and have to take care of the children on their
hmm
own every day. That's living in accountability, literally,
Yeah.
right? What you want them to say? Okay, I was wrong and y'all right. Really, y'all need to hear that? It's kind of like when someone said, okay, you asked me, well, okay, what if your daughter was talking to a prostitute, somebody on the strip or something like that, and she was talking to her and everything, what would you tell her? My daughter's 10. I would not down the woman for being on the strip. We don't know what happened to that woman in her life. A lot of people went through some real traumatic shit,
hmm
so I can't judge that woman. So I would tell her, I'm gonna have my child or daughter respect her as a person, not for what she do. So I don't know what her situation is. So when I talk
hmm
to how they do, they got the other shit, with the accountability thing and so on and so forth. And they also, as far as dating a woman with a child, I've done it. I've raised three, 4 children that wasn't mine. But that's what we did. Now, when they call that shit a simp, I said, no, that's a grown man decision because I was volunteering, as a football coach, but I had the opportunity to be directly hands on with these 3 or 4 kids to put them in a better situation than I was, and they have been. They're adults now, graduated and everything. One went to Harvard, stuff
Mm-hmm.
like that. So no, men don't. I'm not seeking nothing in return. What I got in return from them was, thank you, Kevin. I appreciate it because I know we wouldn't have been in this position without you. That's all the man needs. That's it. Well, that's good, man. You just keep on. You just carry on. And a little advice that they may call and get every now and then. It's no prize that we go get at the end of this shit. They know that. But for our nature, that's what I feel. That's what I'm comfortable doing.
Yeah.
And they have a problem with that. They call that a simp or whatever and such. But my thing is, if a woman got one child and she's taking care of her business still, respectable and stuff like that, we don't always got to go to the bottom of the hood and think that's the only situation. When she take care of her child, she's already set a tone so you can have an idea what kind of mother and wife she would be already to your child. Instead of waiting till you make 100,000, getting a Brittany Renner damn near in her 20s, and she have a baby, you don't know what direction she's going. You don't even know if she's gonna be a good mother. With or without a lot of money. That don't make you a good mother just because you got a
Yeah.
lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
So I said you could tell a lot about her. Yeah, you could tell about how she grocery shops and how she talks to her child. That's a big thing. That's a whole lot of information you can get and put it apply to the future. You can't just discount the girl because of a situation that she's taking care of on her own. She didn't ask to be there. She's handling her business. And I can't knock that. Ever.
Well, yeah, that's true. But they can't see that. I think what it is, okay, and I don't think it's even all of them. Okay, they might have one because I heard the story. Okay, he was interested in a woman who had children, so he thought he can. She had no real interest in him, but he thought he can get her by doing things for her children. So she dealt with him for a while because he was doing things for her children, or doing things with her children or whatever. But when push came to a shove, she went back to her ex. You know, you know, she went back to her ex. He came back and said, "Okay, I made a mistake. I want us to be a family again." And so she dumped him and went back to the ex. So he's mad because he done all these things for her and for her kids, and yet she left him to go back to the ex that done her wrong. And
Mm.
so they harp on that on an incident like that to use that as excuse. Don't deal with women with kids. They just want you for your money and stuff like that,
Well,
or
my mom told me,
use you.
this is what my mom told me, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you feel some kind of way after helping someone out,
Mm-hmm.
you're giving for the wrong reason.
Mm-hmm.
You're giving for control, not just to be given. If you're gonna give or you're gonna do something, you do it because you don't expect anything in return.
Exactly.
When you expect something in return, that's when you get irritated and frustrated.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So you give it for the wrong reason. For that situation, you try to manipulate, or do like I'll call it manipulation or whatever it is. But it is what it is at the end of the day. If you want to help the kid, you just do that. You know, I wouldn't feel funny about it, irritated about it. That's a choice. He made
Yeah.
that choice. If it didn't work out, you move on. If you're a good man, you'll be all right. But you want to walk around holding contempt for a person.
Oh, hey, bro, speak. You made it back. So your food
Yeah,
finally
finally got
came.
my my food finally came. The driver got lost, and so I had to direct him to where I am. So I'm good now. So
Oh yeah, yeah. We was having a discussion about what is low and high vibration. Oh wait. Let's see. Squeak, squeak. Oh, okay. Let me try this. Okay. Well, Speak, you
It,
had anything else to say? Are you
about the
finished, Countdown?
vibration part, or what y'all was talking about just now?
Oh, what we was talking about just now?
Um, well, yeah, because it's just like me when I give out money for a loan. I don't expect to get paid back. And I'm getting loans to my brothers, my sis, my half sister, my
Right.
mom,
Right.
co-workers, and I don't expect my back. And if they don't, that's fine. I just know who not to let borrow money no more. I think that's where people make the mistake. I'm like, look, one, don't give out more than you can afford.
Mm. That's
If you can't give out, if they asking for 1,000 and you can't give out 1,000, why are you giving out 1,000? You give out what they can, and they have to go to someone else. That's how it goes. But people want to, because they hear these people's sob stories, and well, just pay me back. But if they're borrowing 1,000 from you, what's the likelihood they're gonna pay you back quickly? Not likely. So it's got to be something you can afford. I mean, if you can afford it, give it and don't worry about it. Like I remember, I had this one coworker. He borrowed $20 from me. He wanted 40. I said, no, I can't give you 40. I can give you 20. And you, I mean, this dude was hounding me. I'm gonna give you money back. I'm like, I'm not worried about this money, dog. If you give it, fine. Now, eventually, he gave it back, which I was cool with. But it's like that's how I felt. I'm like, if I'm gonna give it to you, it's because I can. If I can't, I'm not gonna give it. And there's no way you're gonna convince me otherwise. So it's not a big problem. Now, going back to about the dudes and the baby mama. Again, a lot of these dudes are not coming in there with pure intentions. They're trying to press this woman, trying to get the vagina or validation from this woman, but they're not thinking about either building a family with her or doing something for the child. It's usually to press her, but then when it goes south, now they want to get mad at all these mothers. But dude, one, if you didn't really care about the child in the first place, you shouldn't be playing that role. I mean, you can still date a single mother without having to deal with the children, but you understand that once you get past a certain point, you're gonna have to deal with this child. Now you got to make that choice. Either you're gonna take it on or you're not. But a lot of dudes, I, they just think about her, but they're not thinking about the whole situation,
right.
and
Right.
they ain't looking at how she treats these children. Because look, if she's treating the children bad, and these ain't your children around you,
Right.
what do you think they're gonna do to your children when you have them? But
Right.
it's like a disconnect.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
you're rolling the dice with the unknown. If she don't have one, you don't know what kind of parent she will be, man. You really don't.
Right.
All for the men either. You really don't. You really can't peg that one. You know.
Yeah. And dudes be taking that chance. They hoping that she'll be a good mother, but now you can't hope she'll be a good mother. You got to know she's gonna be a good mother or not. Even if she don't have kids, you still have to see how she interact with children. If she's like annoyed being around children, no, that might not be a good mother for you. I mean, for your children. So it's a lot of stuff that people don't think about. You know, especially dudes in their spaces. They just they paint everybody on this. in the same brush, which that's not the way to go. You know.
Yeah, yeah. I think that's the problem. Period. Don't be thinking about further down the line. Be thinking about in that moment. I want to get it, you know, and don't do things to protect yourselves from certain situations. You know, you don't want to have any kids. You don't want to father any kids. You're not ready yet. She's not the one. Then you do everything you can to prevent that. Shoot.
Right. Like Dirty Vermin said, if you do things generally for the kids' sake, mom would have noticed and maybe would have stayed with them. Women notice when you're a good man. They notice that. They're not trying to, how many women out here trying to lose a decent dude? You know, we try to keep a decent dude for the most part. So with these guys get around here, everybody can go around and tell horror stories on dating, but everybody can also go around and talk about the situation that was good that they didn't capitalize on. So it's a rock and a hard place, and a lot of things, with the absentee fathers, I think a lot of them in my generation, got killed and went to jail. So that those were men decisions. Outside of the 20% or so, whatever it is, that is making a whole bunch of babies. So a lot of that factors in on our decisions too. I mean, I had a friend of mine that went to jail, and we had to look out for our son for a while. But overall, when he made those decisions, the family come out going in a bad position. In his mind, he was taking care of the family, but the long term, he kind of failed them in a way because they would much rather you be here with a regular job than balling and then go to prison. So yeah, those kind of things. But when I talk to these dudes, back and forth, I literally had to get on something real hard because I listened to I think one time I listened to KS show, and this dude here, a younger cat, he was talking to the men because I heard the women stuff. I wanted him to talk to the men. This dude got up there and said, he's like, well, what's your number one problem in progressing? This dude said, black women. Really? And see, that's the kind of frame of mind that some of these dudes take from some of these damn channels. That black women is your biggest problem. Black women is not the biggest problem for black men. That is not the biggest problem. And then they act like they can't find suitable women. If we outnumbered the way we are, you mean to tell me you can't find a decent woman in the United States? In all of this country, you need to go over there to another country to trick what you're doing, engage in prostitution. That's all you're really doing. Who don't want somebody to be with that at least respect them to some degree outside of their money? That's silly and crazy to me because they're not on your team. You're there for them. So I personally think you can still work with somebody if you come to conversations of the mind and where we're trying to go. But I think a lot of guys would hold back on that conversation. Yeah, I asked one guy, how many baby mamas really didn't want to be with their children's father to some degree to work it out? It's a woman's nature to try to work things out, especially with a baby daddy.
Exactly.
They were like, well, it's such, and I'm like, okay, well, man, that's just how it goes. And we bumped heads a bunch of times. I bumped heads with Fantastic on some shit. I don't understand how. You remember when what's the other channel, where you could put up all kinds, you could put this, fans only. When it was about to close down fans only, I saw a couple of guys, including Fantastic, a couple of other guys, thrilled to death that the females won't be making money now. Like, really? How does that excite you? And how can you judge on that? As long as that's not your lady. So you're going to be happy that they're doing bad?
and,
That's crazy.
and, and like the funny thing is, fans only is not the only site they can go to do that type of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
If fans only would have shut down, there was another site right there waiting. If that site, there's another site waiting.
You can go
So
right
it's
on Hub and upload. It's the same thing.
right. There's always a place where these women can make that type of money doing that kind of stuff, and dudes are gonna pay it. So I didn't even see the point in celebrating. Oh, you know, of course they didn't shut it down because you know the money's too good, and they found somebody who can like let's say transfer the money from the customer to them. So they were back in business, but it's just like dudes. Some dudes are so angry at women, they want them to suffer, and then they want them to come back to the table. My thing is, man, do you really want a woman who is that desperate to come to you? That's a bad idea. Cause she don't like you. She's desperate. She don't got a choice. And if she don't got a choice, she's gonna resent you. And when she resents you, all kinds of hell can happen.
And nobody wants a puppet, and like in Coming to America, the first one. Do you really want the chick hopping around on one leg? No. You want somebody that you can communicate with, add to the situation. Two heads better than one. I always believe that, you know. But some of them don't. I don't know what kind of future they're looking for, what they think they go get, but and here go another situation, Dane. Another guy
Uh-huh.
called on Bottom Terry Town, came up
Uh-huh.
and sometimes they know where my head at with it. This guy literally said, and he was around 30, I guess, late 20s. He was like, okay, if if I'm providing and paying for everything, what the woman doing all day? Sitting around doing nothing? I like, dude, hold on. I said, man, come on, man, listen. I said, listen, first of all, even if the woman was a housewife and you had two kids, that's work, man. First of all, she got had to break down everything a housewife would have to do. She had to manage all the meals, schoolwork, and stuff like that. Uh, Not only that, she's cooking twice a day, breakfast and dinner. The kids usually eat lunch, and in the summertime, she's cooking 3 times a day. And if she's going to be a good housewife, then you have cleaning. If you have a nice size house, you don't have a maid, that takes a lot of effort. She can also manage the grocery bill and save money. She's an asset in that sense because you can save thousands if you just use coupons while you're grocery shopping. And I say, man, she got to do all of that, have everybody in bed, still deal with the man in the course of one day. And we're not even talking about the weekend when she has to get up and do things. Without a break, all she get is an allowance. And he was like, okay, well, I didn't realize. Well, yeah, you got to do that, man. You got to clean the house. You got to fold clothes and stuff like that. A lot of these dudes, I don't know if they saw a woman do it. I'm sure they did. But that's what they have to do, man. That shit ain't easy. All appointments, the woman take care of that while you doing the work. So it ain't like you just sitting on her ass. And if she's constructing a decent and good family, she deserves to put her feet up after so much time after raising the kids when they go off to college. That's it. But he didn't see it like that. He just thinks he's gonna be sitting down there drinking martini. So like, no, dude, it's just a lot more than that. Have you I had to ask him, have you ever raised kids? He like, I think he might have had one. I said, well, take your kids for a week or two, man, in the summertime. Take a week off and then deal with them and see how much energy that it actually takes. That's depending on the age. And then see how it goes. He kind of got the point a little bit, but in his mind, the woman wasn't gonna be doing shit. And that's crazy. And that's what they take from Kevin Samuels and stuff. It's
Hmm.
not.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's.
But go ahead, Dave.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's what they think, and when they keep saying that women have no idea how hard it is, and this and that, they telling me that they have no idea how hard she has it, neither, and they have no clue. They think that it's easier. Women have it easier. Some of these guys be talking like women has it easier, and and they resent that she has it easy. And I'd be like, You have no idea. That's why they keep sounding like they trying to be women. They
But
trying to rest in their femininity.
they get assistance, but it ain't easy because you still have to jug around. One of the biggest things for me raising a 10-year-old is daycare. That's a cost. Some of these dudes acting like they spending hundreds of thousands of dollars in child support. The average child support got to be what, 200 to 400. That's not killing you, dude, in a month. You can get a second hustle. You can get a second part-time job. You can still keep progressing financially. But
Yeah.
if you're a child, like myself, my daughter, mama, passed, well, I have a CDL license. I cannot hit the road like that. Because it kind of hampers you down as a single parent, and they're not understanding that because you're limited in a lot of things, especially for me who would drive over the road and make real good money. So it's a sacrifice. But
Yeah.
the thing is, the kids are better. The kids are going to be okay. And I
Well,
was,
like I said, a lot of people don't. They don't really either. It's like they listen to some of these guys saying, "Well, these women were laying around." They look at probably celebrities and look at how these women just laying around, but they don't really think like, look, I watched my ex mother-in-law and the stuff she had to do, and on top of that was working. Now she's not working, but she's still busy. She's taking care of my ex-wife because my ex-wife can't walk right now, and she got to stay with her 24/7, clean her up, cook, clean, all that with little breaks.
yeah, a woman's job is never done with parenting. Me,
No,
when they make 18 and know it, I'm like, hey, but the mom is always gonna be concerned. I don't ask them if you eat. You should know you get you something to eat. And with the mama, you ate, baby, that kind. What you eat?
yeah,
It's
yeah.
the same.
My mother was doing that even with as sick as she was before she passed. She still, hey, you want something to eat? You want to cook? I said, Mom, I'll cook. Don't, please don't get up. But she would still try because that's that was what she was naturally built to do. It's what
And
they
enjoy it.
do,
And enjoy
Mhm.
it.
and it's not a chore for them to do that. But like I said, you got a lot of dudes who got hurt by women. They probably have issues with their mother, baby mama, and all this. And it's like they get the loudest voice in the room, and it's just it takes the message of what men really think about women. 'Cause a lot of men don't think like that.
Hey,
But
kind of like I was telling I forgot the boy name. What is it? Game Changer, right? Game Changer was like, he always put up a sandwich argument. I said, Game Changer, look, bro, I'm gonna send you $5, send you $10, $5 or $10, man, so you can get you a sandwich, bro. You've been on this sandwich kick for damn near 2 years now. If I'm
oh Lord, man, don't get me
Oh,
started on Game Changer. That dude is. Oh gosh, it's like that. That's part of the reason why I kind of despise the manosphere at times because they let dudes like that rock. They let dudes like Mr. Fantastic rock. I'm like,
oh
I'm
yeah.
like, do you see how these weak ass dudes are
I
acting?
laugh at him all the time.
yeah,
Mr. Fantastic is my favorite one. Once he made that mistake of saying that she didn't make me put on a condom, I was like, "What did you say? She didn't make you."
so it's her fault.
So
It
it's
was
her fault.
Man, I got into such a heated debate over that shit about the condom thing, about protecting your seed, and I was like, you
Yeah,
guys are just weak. Y'all
yeah,
just pathetic, dog.
yeah. He
And
was
you're making
she's
me
on
look
birth
pathetic
control, so
because
I
I'm.
gotta wear a condom.
It's like you're making me look weak just being around you. That's why, like, there's some people I just do not go to their channels. I don't go over there I don't want their stench to be associated with me
Yeah.
because of some of the shit they be doing. I'm like, God damn, man.
Yeah. They make themselves open to be clowned. Oh, I clown for days off of that. I was trolling just to clown. It'd be like,
Especially when Game Changer talk about buying that stove. When I heard that, I said, dude, you should have never told that story ever.
oh yeah, first date, if you can call it a date. First
Well,
date, buy a totally strange woman you never met before in his life, a
mm,
whole stove, and then
yeah,
was
well,
bragging on how he changed her life.
And still to this
man, I was like, well, he kind of tried to clean it up, but even they were telling him, dude, you should have never told that story. That's one of those stories you take to the grave. I would even if I did buy a stove, I would for oh, some woman that I wasn't married to or nothing. I'm not telling nobody that story. Never, ever in life. But these dudes don't have no shame. And then get mad when you clown them. Like, dude, you
Yeah,
deserve to get clowned.
and it didn't help that before that he was whining and moaning, groaning about I guess one of his ex girlfriends or whatever wanting money for him to just fix her stove. She wanted to get some money from him to fix her stove. So he complained about that, but yet this total stranger brought a whole stove, but he bitch and moan. Oops, sorry. About he whined and cried about the money just to fix the stove.
Hilarious. And that's what I said. Like remember we were saying yesterday, what they gonna try to take mainstream? You can't take this stuff mainstream.
no,
You're not even consistent.
all right. You
Like,
can't
no, you can't take this garbage mainstream. You'll be laughed out the building. Look what happened with Fresh and Fit.
what would be the
They
purpose?
getting clowned every
Oh
week.
yeah, getting clowned by their own constituents.
Right. And DJ Academics was saying that I told those guys, you can't take this red pill, this manosphere stuff mainstream. He told them that, and they did it anyway. And look what happened. They getting clowned every week. They still popular, but they getting clowned.
They
You
get they
you
get,
you
get popular because people are clowning them.
right for the wrong reasons. And then and whatever message that you might have had, they think it's a joke.
Hmm.
Mm-mm.
Oh yeah, they're making skits off of them. They they doing little cartoons of them. I was like, oh yeah, you helping your constituents make money, all right,
This was
making money climbing
another,
off of y'all.
this was another conversation I had. And the guy asked me. He said, "Kev, so in a conversation, would you give someone you dating some money to help with bills?" I said, "Well, listen, man. You mean to tell me you can go and sleep with this woman in her house and go visit with her, and you won't even help with the light bill, even though you laying up over there? That's simping to y'all. That's just courtesy, man. You sitting up there sucking up the woman air, eating the food. You can't help out a little bit. How's that simping? So they don't get that. I'm like, no, man, if I'm going visiting over there and stuff like that, I'll have no problem, especially if I know they can use a little help them with a bill or two every now and then. They don't have to ask. She shouldn't have to ask. You sitting up there, you laying up there, you getting a good loving and stuff, you can't help with a couple dollars. But you go fly your ass way to fucking South Africa or something and spend $3 or $4,000 for a trip for somebody who really don't even care for you like
Yeah.
that. That makes no sense to me.
Hmm.
Yeah. I always say about the bills. As far as if I'm living there or visiting there a lot, yeah, I have no problem paying bills. But if I'm not visiting, no, I'm not paying bills.
Mhm.
I just don't. But
And somebody,
I'll give money take you out and all that kind of stuff. But as far as like bills and stuff,
Yeah, but
to
they,
me,
hey,
that's more of like husband duty than
when you let
boyfriend duty.
somebody's house, let's put it like this: if you stay by some relatives and stuff like that, say hurricane or something like that, evacuation, or you just going on a vacation, you go offer a couple of dollars for the bill,
Mhm.
and these
No,
people, and you
no,
land
I get that part. Like if you staying there, yeah, absolutely, you should be helping.
up
If you
there.
sitting up there, laying up there, and you ain't putting in no money,
That's your old lady. Nobody else can be with her and all that kind of shit. That nigga, you can't pay the light bill. The light bill ain't number $100 some. And I don't get that. The biggest thing is that simping. Nah, that's just looking out for somebody you dealing with. You
well,
know,
they take that sip thing. They have bastardized the word to the point of it don't even have a meaning anymore.
The meaning has changed.
It don't have a meaning.
Oh
It
yeah,
don't.
it don't have it has no such meaning anymore. That they changed it to capping or caping
Mm-hmm.
now instead of simple. Oh, you caping.
You caping. Like, oh, you caping now. I'm like, that's cap. What? I'm like, man, look, I got some of the inmates at my job saying the same thing. They capping. What then? And the dude had to ask, what that mean? Oh, that means you're lying. Like, why don't you just say that? That's what I'm saying. I'm like, why don't you just say that? But oh Lord, I just be like, I don't know. I just be, this is
Yeah,
ridiculous.
Charlene goes, "Yep, dating today sucks. You gotta look everywhere."
Yeah, I feel bad for anybody dating in 2022. Ugh.
Shoot, I met too many of the young girls who were saying they ain't dating. In fact, as soon as you said dating, the first words that come out of their mouth is, "I don't want to be a baby mama." I'm like, wait, we talking about dating. I didn't say sex. She said, nope, dating leads to becoming a baby mama.
Damn, that's yeah. And you guys are saying the same thing, man. Like, no, we ain't dating. No, no, no. I'm good. I don't want that. I don't want no parts of that. I'm like, I mean, I get it, but I think it's kind of an overreaction. But
Yeah.
what
I
can
said, I said, you're not confusing that with that Netflix and chill thing. And one girl got insulted. Netflix and chill. She said, no. Wait a minute. He gets to come to my house, come to watch my Netflix that I pay for, eat my food, and he expects to sleep with me? No, there's not gonna be no Netflix and chill. I was like, whoa. I was like, well, wait a minute. He don't even come and bring the food. No, the way they tell Netflix and chill means he just brings himself to watch Netflix and chill with you. So it's your Netflix, it's your food, and then on top of that, he expects to have sex with you. I was like, okay. And she thinks it's a stupid move. And so she said it with all of her, a bunch of her little friends. They're all going, you know what? That's right. Oh no, there's no Netflix and chill. One of them was texting her boyfriend right there. No, don't come over. I don't want you coming over. There's no Netflix and chill. So they're influencing each other. So the 20-year-olds are on strike. We're not dating. We're not becoming baby mamas. It said, in fact, one of them just said, "I'm just gonna concentrate on get my schoolwork so I can get that job I want." She wants to be something in the in the X-ray technician department, something like that. And another one nursing, but she don't know which specialty she wants to go to. At least the last time I spoke to her. And the other one, she just boy crazy. Mm. I said,
yeah?
okay. I said, okay, I see you might be my future. Well, I didn't tell her that, but I was thinking, okay, this one might be a future baby mama.
Yeah.
I didn't want to tell her that. I didn't want to, insult or give ideas in here or, speaking the truth. But we're like, what's wrong with Netflix and chill? He's cute. I was like, okay, I see an issue here. That reminds me, I need to talk to her mother and stuff like that. So I go talk to her and say, you do realize your child is boy crazy? She said, yes, I do. I'm keeping my eye on her. And she's supposed to be going this summer to her auntie. That was before the quarantine thing shut everything down. I'm telling my sis, keep on top of her. She's not like your child. She's gonna be a handful. Mhm.
Yeah.
Everything's wrong with that. Yeah, so so she must have been very, very unhappy for the quarantine. Just stuck with her family, and maybe see her friends across the way and stuff like that. But the boys in her neighborhood, the bulk of them, she's related to in some kind of way. Small town, so
That has to suck.
yeah. I I remember talking to one of my coworkers. She's saying she has to go out of. She got to go out of town. She comes from a huge family on both sides. Her parents and her mother and her father's side. And so in that way, she's not only related to everybody in her town, she's related to everybody in neighboring towns. I said, you can't be related to everybody in the entire parish. She said, I thought so. Nope. She said I'm gonna have to go further afield because she thought she was safe because she went to Texas. I said, oh no, I don't think Texas would work because a lot of Louisiana people go there to Houston and stuff like that. So you might as well
Mhm.
just be there. And she said, yes, exactly. And she said, I thought I was safe. I found the one guy. He was from New York. There's no way. She brought him home to meet her peoples. And her grandmother started questioning him, like, that name sounds familiar. I said, what part of New York you from? You wouldn't happen to be related to such and such person. And that I said, well, yeah, that's my grandfather, blah, 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 stuff like that. For real? And then he looked like this and that. And it's like, yeah. And then she turns around and said, can't. He's a relative. What? What do you mean he's a relative? Oh yeah. Let's see. Uh your great grandfather, before he married your grandmother, before he married his wife, he was stationed out there in New York. Um yeah, it was stationed in New York, and while he was stationed there was a woman. When he came back, he got married. He found out the woman had a child for him and stuff like that. He was sending money, but this is related to you. What? Yeah, I was like, no, you kidding? And it was too close. They some people, I don't care. You my cousin. Nope, 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 nope. Said nope. That was, as far as she was concerned, I was too close. And the fact that this dude was all the way from New York, and yet she found he somehow related to her. So yeah,
Yeah.
sometimes that happens. You got to get out of your town. So
Mhm.
for her, for quarantine, her neighborhood, everybody's related to her. At the
See?
most, it might be a first cousin distance. Hmm.
Yeah, it
Like,
gets that in a small country town. Yeah, I
Hmm.
go out in Mississippi, shit for another 30 miles is all cousins.
Yeah. And when you come from a large family, not to mention some men be slipping and sliding. There's be these secret outside kids that
Papa was the role.
certain people know. That's why they kept saying you got to introduce your significant, the person you're interested in, to your family. So the ones that know all the family secrets, usually the grandmothers, the great aunts, and all that other stuff, because they the ones that keep track of all that.
I had an old lady one time stop me and told me who my father was.
Mm-hmm.
Just looking at it, I was like, I think I met the man once when I was a child. When she
Mm-hmm.
said, I was in my 40s. And she said,
Yeah.
"What's your name, baby?" I told her my name. She said, "I know your daddy. Your daddy said, yeah." And then look, come to find my father used to date her daughter a long time ago. She said, "But your daddy married your mama." Yeah, I'm like, okay. But she knew they could spot it a mile away.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, I would laugh because one of my great aunts who's in a nursing home, she shocked some CNA because she recognized the people. My great aunt recognized by her facial feature who her people was, and said, "You gonna stop treat me like that? Wait till I tell your grandmother how you treat me and the people like this over here." And the girl got sassy and was like, "Oh, you don't even know. I ain't from around here. You don't know my people." And she told her grandmother's name and her mama's name and her father's name. I'm like, wait. I said, wait a minute. I had to ask my grand, how you knew that? She said, well, actually, I knew her who her grandmother was. And then when I heard the last name, I made the connection of
Yeah,
which
that's
one of
strong.
her
That's
children was
strong.
married to this person, Yeah, but it was actually because the girl looks like her grandmother. Hmm. And so she straightened up. And sure enough, my great aunt don't make no bluff. She actually called the girl's grandmother and said, do you know your grandchild works there? Oh yeah. It's good to hear from you. Blah blah blah. You know how she's treating people around here. She's being a little disrespectful and stuff like that. Oh, I'm gonna get her. We didn't raise her like that. You gonna respect your elders. Yeah. So the CNAs didn't play with my great aunt no more. You know. Oh yeah, she all of them. She knew all of them by their faces and all their people. I was like, dang, got a good memory for that. I have a horrible memory for that, but that's the way the elders were. Oh yeah, and my grandfather have outside kids. Okay, the last one we found out about a year before he passed away. He knew that the woman was pregnant with a child, but he couldn't quite remember if she had a boy or girl. He told us to ask his sister, my great aunt. I was like, wait, how you not know? So I asked my great aunt and said, oh yeah, she had a girl and stuff like that. I said, how come he don't know and stuff like that? I said, oh man, don't be paying attention to that and stuff like that. That that's why we got to pay attention to that because we have to keep track of the family line. Men just throw their seeds all over the place. We got to see where they land and make sure that there's no inter interbreeding or crossbreeding because I did have that happen in family. They found out too late. Somebody not doing the traditional courting, bringing the people over. They found out after they got married, at the wedding, because it was like a small family wedding and stuff like that. And it's like, wait a minute, wait. The grandmothers and the great aunts started talking. Wait a minute, your first cousins, or should I? Yeah, your first cousins. Y'all not supposed to be married. How did this get missed?
And first
They didn't
cut.
ask that question. They bypassed that. Okay, so they dissolved the marriage, but there was already a child on the way. Man, there never been so much praying going through the family for that child
Mm,
because you got two first cousins married.
that's not good.
That's not good.
On
But
a lot of issues, autism and stuff like that.
oh yeah, yeah. Luckily, um, um, everything came out right. In fact, she has like almost a genius level IQ. Very smart little girl. No issues. No psychological, physical. She's not autistic. She's not Down syndrome. None of that. So it's like, whoo, all of the differences of the half must have took over. She must have hit all the she must have got all the differences,
All the
not the
good,
double of the same.
yeah, all the good stuff, all the good genes.
Oh, but there never been so much praying, and so they use as a story. Don't skip the courting process and stuff like that, because yeah, it turned out one of them is their parent is an outside child of the other. I was like, and it's usually the guys, it's usually the men, and because they skipped the introduction to the grandmas, the great aunts, and all that other stuff, it got missed until the wedding day.
Mm.
So
Ooh,
you imagine after you said the I do's, and it's like, no, this is no, we gotta stop this, and then to be told that y'all first cousins, and then y'all could resolve the marriage or well, divorce. I think they're something they had to do.
Right.
annulment.
Yeah, but there was already a child. I was like,
It's kind of hard to solve it then. It's already here.
yeah, it's too late for that. It's already the baby was already here. One of the reasons why they were rushing the marriage because there was a baby on the way.
Ooh,
Damn. Damn.
damn. Yeah,
They
yeah,
just didn't tell anybody. They said, oh, we just want a quiet affair. We want to be married. We want to be married and close to each other. Like yeah.
yeah. I'm glad that we didn't do that. We did, me and my ex, we did the traditional courting. I met her parents, and yeah, because people like we met in college, so a lot of friends were saying, "Y'all sure you're not brother and sister?" I'm like, "No, we." I met her father. I met her mom. No, yeah, like yes, her family and my family come from Louisiana, but no, they don't they haven't intermixed or nothing like that. They from a whole different side of Louisiana, and so yeah. But yeah, that was the thing. Oh, you brother and sister? Nope, no, we're not really. We're not related at all. Yeah, but yeah, but it
Yeah.
was it is kind of scary because my daddy was kind of a Rolling Stone too. I still have there's sisters that I know of, but I never seen except when I was real young. And then there's another sister that I've heard of her but never seen her or anything like that. Now I definitely wouldn't know now since my dad passed away. So it's just it's just something. Yeah, I have to be careful. Now my mother's side is still around. I still have family over there, so I know that side. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, but imagine if there's, but when you got additional large family, you got not just my grandfather, but maybe his brothers or his uncles or his great uncles was rolling around. So you got all this added onto there, you know, all of the second family, side kids, uh, hidden families or dating but fooling around and created a child. Or, in my grandfather's case, we can never find it. My mom is the only one that saw it. My grandfather was stationed in Australia during World War II, Australia and New Zealand. So my mom, when we was taking over the care and stuff like that, and was trying to find some paperwork of theirs, and my mom ran across a letter of this woman in Australia asking if he's the man such and such, was he stationed here, and the reason why she's asking is that he might be her father. My grandfather found saw my mom reading the letter. He got mad and said she need to mind her business. And my grandfather can read, so it's not like he couldn't read it. So he knew what it was about. And she need to mind her own business. And we never saw the letter again. He hid it somewhere, and we never found it. He had hiding spots in that house. I regret that the house let go, that we never could find. You know, and so somewhere out there, there's a child of my great grandfather that we don't know about, who might be in Australia or New Zealand.
See, I would try to find my child. There's no turning my child back, especially if it's mine.
Mm-hmm.
Some,
Yeah.
yeah.
So we don't know if he wrote her or if he called and talked to her, because I think there's a number. She said he snatched her away before she could see the number real clear. But yeah, but there's some Rolling Stones, yes, if they're aware of it. But if it's like way, way far away across the other end of the world, I don't think he was in too much of a hurry to search or go looking.
Mm-hmm.
My grandfather have a certain level of selfishness. He could answer, "Yes, I am. Sorry, can't come over there." Who knows? With my grandfather. Hmm. So shoots, we just got to deal with the ones in Louisiana. Well, now they spread out. You know. So because they all older, they all adults, they all grown. Yeah. Because the youngest child my grandfather, as far as I'm aware of, is 48.
Yeah, definitely bring a new meaning to it. It's a small world.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, and me, I should really go be looking for my father and stuff like that. He did get married, around the time I was 7 years old. And he been working up the nerve to tell his wife about me since I was 7 years old. Well, yeah, since I was 7 years old.
You must have lied then.
Oh yeah. I gave up when I turned 14. I just washed my hands of it.
Ah,
Especially when we couldn't. All of a sudden, the numbers disappeared. All the numbers we had, his number, my grandparents' numbers, one of his sister, and I think maybe his brother number. When all them avenues, them numbers disappeared, it's like, okay, he knows my grandfather had the same number for the longest time till he passed away. Same phone number. So, and he was listed in the book for forever. You'll probably still pull it up. So he had plenty of time to come. He knew where my town was. He came at least once or twice that I can remember. And my grandfather long since passed away, so you don't have to worry about my grandfather pulling out a gun on him no more. My grandfather, my grandfather was all for a shotgun with. My mom put her foot down on that. Because my grandfather's first cousin's a preacher. He had the preacher. They both had shotguns, and they knew where he was at. They went and got him. They was all prepared for a shotgun wedding. And my mom put her foot down. She said, "If you have to make him marry me, I don't want him. No, no, no. I'm not going to force no man to marry me. If he don't want to be with me, fine. and she walked away. And it's like you better marry him. My girlfriend's like you been with him. You had expecting the baby. So what you gonna do? Make me? And if I don't, you gonna shoot me? There's nothing you can do. But I do remember as a kid when he came, my grandfather pulled his pistol out on him, and he had nothing good to say about my father. Well, my father didn't actually give any money or do anything to take care of me.
Mm.
There was only one thing, and that was coming from his mother, not from him. Yeah, I have a baby picture with this little outfit I was wearing. That was what my father's grandmother sent, and my mom took a picture of it, and they got a picture of it somewhere. The fire, if the fire didn't burn it, supposedly there was a fire and stuff like that, and they lost the house and they ended up with a new number.
Mm.
Yeah, so I could have siblings out there somewhere. I guess I should go looking. He might be gone by now. Let me see. Let me see. If he's the same age as my mother, so he should be about 70 now. But I'm putting it that maybe he's a little older, so he should be in his mid 70s. I'm gonna knock around to all the nursing homes in that state, in that town he's from. Excuse me. Do you have like about 70-year-old man by the last name of such and such, first name such and such? Went to went to school in Grambling.
What'd you say, Grammys?
Oh yeah, my mom went to Grambling.
Oh,
They
she was.
named Grambling.
Yeah.
Grambling University.
Hmm. Now I'm a Southern. I went to Southern.
Yeah, we got relatives in Southern too.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
so the Bayou class would be very interesting.
Oh yeah. Half the family wearing light blue, sky blue, and the other wearing.
Oh yeah,
I seen
yeah.
that.
We used to have a parade in my town. You put the Gremlin alumni and the Southern alumni in the town, and they
Yeah.
have a parade. They would kidnap each other. Yeah, because one of my deacons, he was the president of the Southern alumni.
Hmm.
uh, I'm not saying I don't think it's the whole Southern alumni, but at least the one in my town. And my godmother was the president of the Gremlin alumni, and they went kidnapped them.
Hmm. It's funny when they get together.
And yeah, and have a parade. Then they parade them around, and then bring them back home. Yeah, yeah. We caught y'all president. Dun, 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 dun. Dance him around the block and said, torture him by forcing him to watch the game at her place. Well, it wasn't really that. It wasn't torture, but they egg it on. When Grambling won, scored a touchdown. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We're gonna beat it. Yeah, yeah. I missed that. They stopped doing that for a while.
Hmm.
Oh, they still talk much smack at each other and stuff like that. Hmm. Yeah, yeah. That's when, yeah, when my uncle was gone with a white girl. She couldn't understand how we could be all into football. The women and the men. We all be there watching football. It's like,
See
how
that?
can you stand it? His attention only. I said, what are you talking about? I said, okay, you're not into football. Okay, that's what you do. You see what while the game going on, tell him you need to go to the store. Tap him on. Babe, I need to go to the store. I need some money. He be so in the game, he hands you the wallet. Uncle actually did that. He handed over the wallet, and she's playing around. I was like, "Come on, hurry up, get in the car. We gotta go to the store." Actually, I was gonna do some extra stuff. Since he handed over the wallet, but she played around so much. Commercial came on. He snapped out. He like, hey, hey, wait a minute! You don't take my. Well, you gave me your wallet. You don't trust me? He looked at me like, nah, I don't trust you. I said, I'm with your girl. He said, well, yeah, if she had the wallet, I don't trust you. Not that I would have spunked it, but still, I would have no idea, how much of that money is bill money and all that other stuff. But I sure would have put a dent in it. And he's like, and so he took his wallet and gave us, he said, what y'all doing? We're going to the store, get a few things, grocery store, get some more liquors, we're out of beer, blah, blah, blah. Mm-hmm. He said, here's enough for what y'all got to get, maybe a little something extra to go shopping. But that was a lot less than what I would have walked out with. I said, you see, you played around. See, if you're not interested in football, do you like spas and stuff like that? Oh yes, you could have did a spa thing. Let's see, you like to go shopping? Oh yeah, you could have went shopping. Yeah, don't take it personal. It's not personal. You just got a guy who's into football. He played football. He almost went professional. So he's really into football. He still played in this. He plays in the city league. When you got a guy that played football, high school, college, almost went professional, plays in the city leagues, you got a football guy. Just plan to do something else while he's all into the football. As long as you have food in the house, have the fixings for the food, he'll be okay. He can feed himself. We train him that way. Yeah, yeah. We'll walk out the door and say, okay, the beer's in the fridge, the fixings for the sandwich and stuff like that. The food is on the stove. We put your plate in the microwave or the oven and stuff like that. We go. They can feed themselves. What you think they do during commercials? They water and feed themselves. I said, you got to stop taking it personal. There's a time and a place for it to get his attention. Well, I want to be into it like he is. Okay, let me guess. You ask some questions during the game. Yes. Well, how is it? No. You save your questions. Watch the game. If you want to take a pencil and paper, write your question down, and then when the commercial come on and he comes out the bathroom, hit him with the question in. But you're only gonna have time for one question, so make sure it's the one you really want to know. And then you wait until the next commercial.
And if you can get a couple of hours before halftime, you're good.
Yeah.
Make a run to the store. I get it. That won't work because we be locked in the store. I remember I was one time, and I went and kind of like a pool hall sports bar. So I'm going to watch some football. I'm a football fan too, sports. And she said, "Wait, you went and watched football for 5 hours?" I'm like, "Yeah, I watched two games." And she couldn't believe it, but after a while, she started hanging out watching the game with us all the time. I said, "I told you." But she didn't get it. She's like, "Really? Y'all can do that for that long?" I'm like, "Yeah." That was only little weekend. Football season is short.
Yeah. Yeah, and the family, our family's so into. We got family spread over. Like when we got cousins in Atlanta. So when those are, we rub it in. We call each other to rub it in. Oh, y'all team lost. Oh, that's too bad. Maybe next year and stuff like that. We rub it in. I had a cousin. She was so disgusted by us calling. She said, "That's it. No more Saints at my house." I was like, "Even me, cuz?" She said, "You're the only one. But the moment you say something bad about my team, you got to go." Yeah. Yeah. And yeah. So yeah, in some ways we're not quite as good as girlfriends. So girlfriends root for their guys' team. So you always want a girlfriend that don't have affiliation with a football team. But if you got a girl that has a team and y'all on an opposing team, she's gonna rub it in. There's gonna be some interesting bets going on. I have a cousin now. Him and his wife, they have different favorite teams. And when their teams are playing against each other, they have interesting bets. Like breakfast in bed for a month, or well, I ain't gonna get into some of that stuff, but you a guy, you know how it is. If it was your girl and she had an opposing team, her team lost, you know what kind of bets you would be wanting to
One,
make
one
that
of
she would
mine,
lose.
one of the ones mine used my ex used to act was full body massage. I like, all right.
Yeah, stuff like that.
Massage.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, so in some ways, girls who like football are like also like having your friend with some extras that you don't normally have. But it can backfire, because I have another cousin, one of his exes. She was on. They had an opposing team that played against each other, and when her team lost, she pouted and had a fit, and and she was he had to get out of his house. He's like, I'm not putting up with that. Her team lost, and she's taking it out on me. I'm not there to be her punching bag because the team lost. So he left. I was like, he went to stay over his mom for a few days. Oh, but his mama don't just let you stay at the house for a couple of days. She put him to work. Him and his stepfather was on the roof repairing the roof, especially since he's in construction. She said, "Oh yeah, you can come." And he forgot who his mama was because he ain't been living with her for so long. As soon as he got there, as soon as he got there, said, "Okay, no." The next morning, got there, she fed him breakfast and said, "Hey, you and your stepdad are going to do the roof. Now, y'all be careful there. And I got the food. I got all the food. There's some stuff in the refrigerator. I got a couple of plates in the oven. Y'all be careful. I'm going to go shopping. I'll see y'all later." It's like, Mom, I didn't come here to work and say, "Oh, you forgot whose child you are. You're my son, right? And do I normally let you just lay up in my house since you became a grown man and do nothing?"
Hmm.
Yeah, no, okay. So you gotta pay to stay. And your payment is to help your stepfather with the roof. Thank you. I love you, son. She yeah. But he got peace. He pieces. He didn't have his girlfriend giving him help because her team lost, and then she started missing him, and she sweetened up and called for him to come back. But his mom did not baby him. She didn't smother him. She didn't do that. You're a grown man, and I need some stuff done around the house. If you're gonna come stay here, you're gonna do some stuff around the house. Yeah, like when he went through a bad divorce, and in order to be able to pay his child support, um, he was staying with his mother. She knew he needed his money for child support. No, his payment was work around her house,
Mhm.
repairs, this and that. You know, I said, "Well, wait a minute, that's what your husband's for." Yeah, but my husband is working. While he's working, now that you're here, and it said, "Did you not just eat my food?"
That's their under their roof.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That's just some of that old 101 teaching there.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, none the older school woman hate more than a lazy man. My aunt them couldn't stand my mom or grandmother. You can't be no lazy man.
Oh yeah.
My people did domestic work. Clean houses, made stuff. It was not playing having a dirty house or anything like that.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I am so lazy compared to them ladies. I was lazy. I was lazy even before. I thought my mom was strict until one of my friends, her foster mother, was like that. I mean, her foster mother did the old fashioned waxing of the floor
Mm, yeah.
with that cake of wax and stuff like
Mhm.
that.
Yeah. I
And I
remember
was like,
you spread it with the sponge
yeah,
mop. or the other. Yeah, I remember that.
Mm-hmm.
My
And,
mom, like I said, did cleaning work, so ceiling fans, all of that had to be corners, the baseboards, all that, because when she worked, it would, it was it had to be clean. The whole
mhm.
thing. We learned at a very young age. That's why I don't understand how some of these men don't know how to cook. I mean, I think children should learn how to cook as 101 for survival and the basics. And when I see
Mm,
fellas, I'm like, damn, dude, you can't even cook. Can't boil a damn egg. And you're
well,
like, I'm like,
yeah, yeah. But usually those are the ones that okay. There's ones where they believe they grew up in a household where there's a real strict division of the labor, and so men didn't cook. Now I know for my grandfather, because they were a farming community. He did like farm work, but he at least know how to cook an egg or a little breakfast and stuff like that. That's as far as he got because that was one of the things he did as a kid. But once he became into that age level where he was with his dad and they were doing farm work, he didn't progress any further in the cooking learning. But while his little brother, who stay with their mom the longest, he could cook more. He can burn. But my grandfather never did because he was doing a lot of farm work and all that other stuff. Same thing with his older brother. They didn't really know how to cook too much beyond maybe an egg or two. But their younger brother, he was like the last. Yeah, he's like the last boy, and he could do a lot of the heavy lifting and stuff like that. This is back when they didn't have pumps, they had wells where you had to throw the bucket down and pull that sucker up and stuff like that. So since he was the last one and he still had other sons, she asked if the youngest could stay with her and help her out in the kitchen a little longer before he went to do farm work, because it was easier to have him go to the well, pull up all that water and stuff like that, and lift up them heavy pots, and she showed him how to cook and do certain things, because I think there was a big gap between, and not to mention, and there's a big gap between her middle set of children and the younger ones, and so some of her girls were grown and out of the house, and what would normally be taking two women to do, he could have just done. So my grandfather's father was a little went with her and let him stay a little longer with helping his mother out in the kitchen and stuff like that. That's why my grandfather said he's spoiled because he got to work in the house for a lot longer than they did.
give me a sec, Dan. I'll be right back up.
Uh-huh. Hey, Abana. Oh, shoots.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Did you see what I put in the chat? I didn't finish listening to the Pat woman, but I think we might do something like that. But I want to listen to it first. We might look for some extra stuff because thinking about doing the what about sex series. Okay, I'm getting
Uh,
all these notifications. See, that's why I always turn off. I have my notification turned off on Facebook, but I keep getting all these messages from church members and all that other stuff interrupting. Yeah, yeah. So yeah,
so what were you talking about?
well at that time we was talking about cooking, and he was saying that he don't understand now how the boys nowadays or men nowadays don't know how to cook and stuff like that. And I said, well, they either came from households that had real strict lines where the girls do the cooking and stuff like that, and the men did all the work outside the house, or And there was a few exceptions. I was saying like my grandfather, he only know how to do a little bit of breakfast, like cooking eggs and bacon. That's about the most he knew how to do. But his younger brother knew how to cook a lot more. He can really burn when it comes to cooking, but he spent a lot more time. See, the way it was with my grandfather, he was in the house and with his mother, him and his brothers and stuff like that. When they reach a certain age, they got turned over to their dad and for farm work and all that other stuff. So my grandfather's cooking lesson never progressed much more than egg and bacon. But while his little
Oh,
brother progressed to more stuff. Shoots, my great uncle, oh, he could cook. He could cook better than his wife, but she can bake better. So that's how they complemented each other. He could cook, she can bake. She could just she didn't even look at a picture of a cake, figure out the recipe, and would make that same cake. Or she could taste it
yeah,
and she could duplicate the recipe from the taste of the cake.
yeah, we
But
have some people like that.
she
They
can
are very
cook, but when it comes to whose tastes better between him and her, his tastes better. Mhm.
oh,
Yeah, it's
that
not that she
means
couldn't cook at all. It's just that his, like, okay, like let's say a sauce pecan, which is meat in a tomato gravy, or they call it red gravy down here because there's some sauce pecan where there's not tomato in there. But anyway, a lot of men in Louisiana know how to do a sauce pecan, and each one is a little bit different, especially depending on the type of meat they're using. Um, and out of the both of them, uh, my uncle and his wife, yeah, how we know this? Because they had a contest on who could cook better. Because he had cooked something and it disappeared. All us kids was eating it up. We was over there for the summer. She cooked the same thing, and it didn't go as fast. It didn't disappear as fast. And she was like, "How come there's all this leftover? I cooked the same thing, and all these leftovers. Yeah, it took y'all days to eat this, but he cooks the same thing, same thing, sauce pecan, and there's no leftovers left at all. It didn't even make a day. It didn't even get a chance to go overnight to become leftovers. And her children's like, I don't know, it tastes better. So they had like a little cook off on whose cooking tastes better, and we kept picking his. It's not that she couldn't cook; it's just that his was better. Hmm.
oh, okay. Yeah, it's like that. We have some people like that. When it comes to cook, they are professional. Either they have learned or not. They are very professional, especially some of the men. They are very, very professional in cooking. And they can cook very well, even more than their wives. It's not that a woman don't know how to cook, but she know it. But the man is perfect than the woman. But now it's not there. Now the boys are not learning how to cook. You
Hmm.
know.
Yeah, and I think sometimes it's either his mother. Sometimes the mother can't cook, don't know how to cook, or sometimes the mother's doing all the cooking. I even met some girls who didn't know how to cook because the mothers did all the cooking. There's some people they can cook good, but they can't teach to cook, or they don't have that kind of patience to deal with children learning to cook. So
Right.
I work with a woman. She don't really know how to cook. She only know how to cook a few things, and she cooked them same things over and over again. She don't deviate on how she cook. That's the only way she know how to cook it. And and it's like, wait a minute, how did that happen? Oh, hello, Kimberly Parkinson. Um, and it was like she said, well, her mom never really taught her to cook. Whenever we get started, her mom would get impatient and would take it over. there are some women that are like that. They don't have that kind of patience. They
Well,
can't. They don't have the patience to teach, especially children. Um, so so it's possible he could have had a mom like that. She don't have that kind of patience to wait for him to learn to cook and stuff like that, or to chop up some onions or whatever. So he never learned.
yeah,
Uh-huh. Or you got some. Don't you mess up their kitchen. You know, so you can't even go experiment and cook on your own because they don't want you messing in their kitchen. That's their domain. I met some people like that. So that's how
mm,
some people, some of the children don't get to learn. This is mama's domain. You don't mess it up. It's like how some women you don't know. For those of you in the chat who knows about the living room with the white furniture, you can't really go in there and sit in there. But there's some people that's like that about their kitchen. You know, they have things in a certain way, certain order, and they don't want you coming in there and messing it up. So you don't get a chance to cook in there or anything. So you don't even get to kind of experiment and learn by just doing. Yeah, when I was about 12 years old, my mom went on strike. But she was already kind of teaching me because I had breakfast pretty much down pat. And then I would experiment and stuff like that. So I know how to cook breakfast, but I didn't really know how to cook like dinner, stuff like that. So my mom had started this thing because she had to work later and stuff like that. So sometimes she wouldn't be home when I get off of school. So she would have me cook stuff, you know, and mainly her she main thing was I had to do it, she was
yeah,
like,
but
mhm,
yeah, do you know that in Africa is different? Like when you have a daughter or a
mhm,
son, and
mhm,
maybe you have a son only or a daughter only. Always, when you're as a mother, you're about to cook, you have to call her to the kitchen to cook
mhm,
with you. But they teach us. So when you come to Africa or Ghana, even 9 years old girl can even cook your breakfast, can even cook your dinner and lunch.
mm,
9 years, 8 years can even cook because we learn cooking at the earlier stages. We've been
mhm,
with our mother in the kitchen all the time. Even
mhm,
especially like the way I'm with Joseph now. When I'm cooking, I make sure Joseph is there so
uh-huh,
that he can learn some of the things I'm doing. So if in case he's like 7 years or 8 years and I'm not in the house, he can cook for himself.
uh-huh,
Yeah,
yeah,
so in Africa it's different. It's a little quite different from your own.
okay. How did this happen? Okay,
Yeah,
okay, I just saw something on my chat at falling out. Okay, I have no idea
yeah,
how that happened, but somebody messages got pinned to the top of the board. And oh yeah, well, we started off that way too, because I was taken into first by my great grandmother when I was really little. When she was making biscuits, we would go in there and learn how to use the shifter and mixing the dough for the biscuits and stuff like that. Some of the stuff, my mom did and had me, watch her. I learned to chop up onions and all that other stuff. And over time, I learned to fix just about most things for breakfast. There's a few things that, I hadn't heard of that I found out about in cookbooks, like omelets and stuff like that. But the basics, okay. And my mom would always have me wash her pots when she's cooking dinner, or when she's cooking dinner, or anything that requires cooking on the stove or lunch. So I've always watched her pot. I knew how to identify when stuff was done. when to add water, when not to add water, how often to stir, and stuff like that. Plus all the onion chopping and celery chopping or whatever stuff we need. We're gonna put in there. But it's just that she was always starting. I was always watching it and monitoring it and take and stuff like that. I never went like from beginning to end until I went for like dinner. Um what's this? Oh, thank you. Hey, wait. Thank you for the cash out, buyer. Okay. So when I was 12, my mom, well, actually a little bit before that, I wasn't quite 12 yet, but I was coming into 12. Um, no. I'm thinking of that's the summer I went to Texas. No, the summer I was 12 years old. I was 12. Um, um, my mom told me she was on strike. She's only cooking once a week. She's cooking Sunday. I know y'all don't understand the concept of leftovers, but we had leftovers. So my mom would cook them on Saturday or Sunday, and there'd be enough leftover for most of the time for a few days into the next week, depending on how greedy I was being, or if my uncles came over and demolished the food in the refrigerator. Yeah, because my uncle, that's a little bit older than me, he played football, and his metabolism was unbelievable. He was constantly hungry, so he would come to our house and eat up a whole plate of food. And I'm not talking about no just regular plate, piled up high, full of food, empty out half a pot. And then he would go home because my grandmother, okay, she's okay. Let's just say she didn't really know how to cook, and then she cooked late. And then he would go home later and eat at his mom's house, at my grandmother's house. So, so if he didn't come over and eat up all the food, it could last to halfway through the week. Um, so my mom was like, okay, you're gonna take out because my mom she cleans and she portions out the meat and stuff like that. So she's like, gonna take some meat out of the freezer, and she'll have me a note every morning. Remember to take out the chicken so it could be thawed out. So when you get home from school, you cook the chicken, and she'll have me, chop some onions. She'll say something like, chop the onions, season the meat, and cook it until it's done. Cook a pot of rice. I already know how to clean and cook rice in the rice cooker. Yeah, we had a rice cooker. I hadn't cooked rice on the stove in years, so I might need a refresher. I'm cooking rice on the stove. I might do it one day just to refresh my memory. Um, and some vegetables on the side. It could be anything from sweet peas, green beans, corn. Or I could, if I skip all that, I might do mashed potatoes. Ooh, or smothered potatoes. I was experimenting with smothering potatoes. Um. Oh yeah, I love smothered potatoes. Anyway, experiment with it. Smothered potatoes. It depends on She left the side dish up to me. Her decision was like take the chicken out, or take the pork chops out, or take the beef meat out. She I didn't mess with steak too much because one, we don't really eat steak like that. I'm not a real big steak eater. My meat, when I eat beef meat, I eat ground meat. I might eat beef stew, so that means the meat cut up in stew meat. That's it. You're not gonna catch me cooking no steak because I don't eat it like that. So I'm not cooking it. So, woe beholds me if I have a man that likes to eat steak. He's gonna be in trouble, and I'm gonna be burning up some steak trying to learn how to cook it, or read to cook it. I did cook steak one or two times, but I tend to do it like I'm smothering pork chops, not like somebody that eats steak like on the grill or something like that, or on the skillet. I'm gonna smother it. Um, So what it was, I was doing from beginning. So I had to season it. My mom always seasoned it, so I had to season it. I had to cook it, and then when mom came home, fix her a plate, and she'll tell me, "Okay, you didn't put enough seasoning here," or "Hey, did you see that meat was kind of pink around the bones?" No, you forgot to take the meat out of the freezer, didn't you? And you tried to rush it, the thaw, so it was still frozen in the center. She would critique, or why you didn't cook no rice? Or I wanted some smothered potatoes. Uh-huh. So did you and so on and so forth. Or you put too much water in the rice and stuff like that. Or you forgot to put the salt in the rice. Or what's this? What is this? The rice tastes kind of vinegary because I was experimenting. I've heard about vinegar in the rice, so I'll do something like that. And be like, okay, that's interesting, but I don't really care for it. So next time you got your experimenting out of the system, okay, and different stuff like that. And that's how she was teaching me how to cook on my own from beginning. I already knew the basics. I've had years of washing her pots. So it was she was trying to push me out the door to do it from the start to the finish. Because if you leave it up to me, I'd be happy just washing the pots. But no, mm-mm. So she be on strike. She made sure there's plenty of groceries in the house. Like it wasn't like I was starving to death, you know. Yeah, a little salt with the rice. Well, yeah, sometimes because she said I was letting myself get distracted, or if I was um and I'd be in a hurry because I'm trying to beat the clock because I'm doing everything at the last minute, and I will forget to put the salt in with the rice. It had happened a couple of times. I was 12. I was too busy playing around, playing and stuff like that. Or I was reading a book. Yeah, I have a real thing about reading a book. I was the kid that walk around with a book, reading, being class, sitting, reading. Everywhere you go, I had a book. If they didn't see me with a book, I was with a book so often. They didn't see me with a book. They thought something was wrong with me. Literally, I even had teachers who'd be mad that I have a book in their class. And be like, Miss Frank, put that book away. I don't have a book. What you mean you don't have no book? How you not have a book? Are you okay? And then they be touching me, see if I have a little fever or something like that. Are you not feeling all right? Are you depressed? You need to talk. No, I'm okay. But this is how much I'm with books. My mom, as punishment, took books away from me. She know taking TV away from me don't mean anything to me. Okay, you took the TV away. Okay, good. That's fine. More reading for me. That's how I would see it. My mom took books away from me as punishment. You know how some people take a game system away from kids nowadays or the phone? Yeah, my mom took books away from me. One time I made her so mad that she went to the library, talked to the librarians, and saying, do not let her take or read a book. I, I should have been embarrassed, but I just couldn't believe she was saying that. And the librarians were looking at her, especially a black librarian. She was the only she was the only black librarian at, over there at the time. She was the first and the only. And she's like, she was calling my mom by her name and said, look, we don't normally try to prevent children from reading a book, but I know your child. No matter what she did, we cannot prevent her from reading a book because we don't know if she's doing it for assignment or anything, and at school and stuff like that. And oh, he loved to read too. So she said, "What I could do? I cannot let her. I can do that where she won't be able to check out. All you gotta do is take her library card from her, and and um and I'll make sure that take her library card from her, and then she can't check out a book. But while she's here at the library, I can't prevent her from reading it and stuff like that. and that's the most I could do. And I said, "But Chris, you understand what you're saying here when you tell her not to let her read?" Yeah. The one thing that really crushed me, she burned some books. I thought she burned all my books. That means my mom had reached a level that she had to resort to that. But what she did was, my mom kind of knows me well enough to know which books I care about and which ones I don't. So she let me see her book. She let me see her burn. My grandfather's burning debris. He was at his store. He had a lot of branches and leaves and all that stuff like that. And because he was outside the city limit, he could burn it in a barrel. My mom was so mad at me. All the books she took away, she threw them in a trash can, haul them off to my grandfather. I thought she was hauling them off to my grandfather's store to store them away so I can't sneak in and get a book. No, when I finally got to my grandfather's store, my grandfather said, "Hey, go back to so and so. Your mom want to talk to you." I was like, "Oh, dog, that's not good." So she's by where he got the barrel where he's burning branches and leaves, and she said, "Okay, apparently I'm not getting through to you. If this is what I gotta do to get through to you, I'm gonna burn them all." And she threw a book. No, no, don't burn the book, don't burn the book, don't burn the book. You got the library books mixed in. She said, "You better go through and pull them library books out. I'm gonna return them to the library." And the school books and stuff like that. And she burned the ones she identified she knows that I don't really care about. You know, I have books once I read them. I have some certain books that once I read them, I don't read them anymore. I got them out of the swap box or the trash box or of the library stuff like that. So it didn't cost me anything. And I read them, either because of curiosity or once I read them, I don't read them, but I don't get rid of them. They just hang around. So she burned a few of those to get her point across. And now the books that I pay for, there's a bunch of books I have. The bad habit of mine, I'll pay for books. I'll buy them, but I'll take my own sweet time to read them. I got books right now. I still got books right now. I, I got them. I ain't really got into reading them yet because they're mine, they're own. I know where they are. I can read them anytime I get through. But stuff like library books, books I have to borrow, have a certain limit amount of time, I'll go through them first. But books I own, I take my sweet time with them. So I had a whole bunch of books that I had owned that I was taking my sweet time with. So I really did not want to them to get burned because it's gonna drive me crazy. Oh my goodness, I had that book, had a chance to read it, and now I ain't gonna know what it's like because it's gonna take me a while before I get that kind of money to buy them books again. Because I caught them when they were on sale, and now them books are like I caught it when it was $5, and now that book is like $25. Okay, so my co-host left me. My other co-host left me. Kevin is still down in the chat. Bro Speak is still down in the chat. I guess I'm gonna have to call it a night. I'm telling y'all bedtime stories now. Hey, Abana. Oh, you back? Well,
Yeah.
so so my mom burned a few books I didn't care about, and she let me think she burned all the books that weren't library books or school library books. And I couldn't have a book at the house. She couldn't do nothing about the books I was at school. So that's how I was getting through my addiction because I was like an addict. I was responding like when I had to give up sugar. I was obsessed with sugar when I had to give up sugar. But the book, I was like, so what it was, I was reading books at my school library and I would leave them. I would leave them at school in my locker. And that's how I was getting through. But I was fuming. When I was at home, you should have seen me. I was reading magazines. I was reading stuff I don't normally read. Uh, yeah, because my mom even took my dictionary away because she saw me reading the dictionary and I wasn't doing homework. I needed to read. I would watch TV. I could care less until I found out that you can put the TV on caption. That our TV had a caption section, so I would put it on caption and I would read. I was crazed. I was crazed during that punishment.
Wow.
Oh my goodness! But my mom found an ingenious punishment for me, and I was like an addict. I'd be like, I was reading over people's shoulders. My grandfather was getting mad at me because I was trying to read the newspaper while he was trying to read the newspaper. I was reading stuff upside down. You know how people put stuff down and on the table when they read. I'd be on the other side of the table reading it while it's upside down. Yeah, I could do that. I could do that. I slowed down a little bit, but yeah, I could still do that. Read things that's upside down. You know, and
Hmm.
I was like, I was just crazy. And then it didn't help. My grandmother was a librarian, so every time I go to my grandmother's house, there was books there. No, I thought she was a school librarian, and I couldn't touch them. I do that now. Whenever I'm going through a fast, I go through what I call food porn, where I watch food shows and I be into them like most like guys are with porn. It's just that I don't touch myself. I just be looking, drooling, and my stomach be growling, and I'd be like, "Oh, that look good." I was doing that, and my grandmother. I'd be looking at her bookshelf, and I'd be reading it from a distance. Oh, my grandmother got a new book that she's supposed to evaluate. They get books sent to the school, and she reads them to see if they're okay for the school age kids and stuff like that, or they're appropriate and stuff like that. And I'd be like, and my grandmother is a slower reader. I said, I don't think my mom would know if I slip and read the book. Big Mama's gonna be reading it for a month. Be like, and then and then all of a sudden my mom would just appear there and be like, "Don't you even think about it." I didn't even see her pop up. She just would just appear, like she knew. Yeah.
Yeah.
Come to think of it, I used to scratch myself. I thought it was mosquito bite, but maybe it was I was jonesing for a book. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. I don't even remember exactly how long I was punished. I think it was for 2 months or something like that. By that time, I was starting to accept it. I was getting my fix at the school library, and so I'd be there first thing in the morning before class, check out a book, read it. Be very careful because one of my teachers is my neighbor, so I couldn't read it in her class because she would definitely tell my mama. Be like, oh, she was reading in class today. What? Yeah. Uh-uh. So I couldn't read for homeroom. I couldn't read for fourth period because that teacher was my neighbor. Mm-hmm. Well, she lived about 3 houses down, but that's still my neighbor. Yeah, and she would gleefully tell my mom, because I was a smart mouth kid. Well, I didn't think I was a smart mouth kid, but now that I've been surrounded by smart mouth kids, yes, I was a smart mouth kid. But at the time, I didn't think I was being smart mouth. And yeah, so yeah, and the worst part was I'd be right, be like I got into detention so much because of that teacher. That's why I know how the inside of both all the bathrooms in my schools. let's see. For my high school, it was my neighbor as my teacher. For my middle school, I don't, wait a minute, middle school. It was. Oh, it turned out my teacher was a distant cousin. Yeah, yeah. My teacher was my grandfather's first cousin outside kid.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah,
Uh,
yeah. But he wasn't gleeful about it. He was just, he was, it's just that, he wanted better for me, and he wanted me to use my intelligence to um, pass the grades instead of being smart mouth.
mm-hmm.
You're a smart kid. I know you can do the work. You're just being lazy. Don't make me go tell your mama, that you ain't been doing your homework. You better do your homework. Cause he had a paddle, but he would, but he didn't really like paddling girls. Back in the days when kids used to be paddled by the teachers. Yeah, yeah. But the boys of they men now, my age group, they would tell you the girls never got paddled by male teachers. Yeah, back in the days when there still was black men teachers in the school. Shocker for all you younger group. Yes, I went to just about every grade I had. There was a black male teacher. Yes. Let me see. Um, from kindergarten to fifth grade, there was at least 5 or 6 black male teachers, and I had 3 of them as my teacher. From middle school, there was at least the principal plus. Let me see. Let me think. Let me think. Oh wait a minute! If you include the coaches, there was 5 black male teachers. Yeah, because black coaches they also taught a class. Okay, when I was in junior high, okay, wait. No, middle school. Wait a minute. No, there was 6 black male teachers. I'm sorry, 6 black male teachers in middle school. Junior high, there was nah, nah. There was 4 black male teachers, and I had 2 of them while I was in junior high. Each
Hmm.
one for each grade. High school. Okay, now I gotta really count because there was a lot more. Most of a lot of them coaches, but they also taught. Like my biology teacher was a coach. My biology teacher was also a coach. He's a black male. There was an English teacher, black male. My coach, the coach's coach, Um, there was at least 2 black males. Assistant principal, black male. But hey, trust me, the assistant principal also teach sometimes. Wait. What am I missing? Okay. Uh, and one of my math teachers. One of my math teachers. So that's about 6. Yeah, that's about 6 black male teachers. All right, Abby. I'm just getting your messages. Have a good night.
Okay.
All right. I'll see you tomorrow, and we'll jump on top of ladies' night. Okay. Yeah. But nowadays, the kids now, they barely got black female teachers, let alone a black male teacher. They be like one. Yeah, they'd be like one. Okay, let me see. At the middle school I started with, there was one, and he came every now and then to do the PA for the kids. Oh, the kids loved him. They could, uh, they be all excited when he's there. hmm So that means we need more black male teachers. Okay. At the other elementary school, no black male teachers. Come to think of it, were there any male teachers at all? The only men were custodians, and there was one black custodian. Yeah. Let me see. And there was only about maybe two black female teachers in this other elementary school. I didn't go to the east one because I was permanent at the other one. Let me see. Um, the other one, the third elementary school. I'm trying to think. Think. I did not see a black male teacher over that one. Middle school. Middle school. Nope, no black males. No black male teachers, and only a handful of black female teachers. Junior high. The principal, the a coach, and the detention teacher. So that's three. Um, High school, I didn't get all around there. So I was only like one class and I only did it one or two times. So as far as I know, there's no black male teacher at the high school. Yeah. Oh wait a minute. No, no, I could be wrong. I think one of the coaches. There's one of the coaches but that's only because I know he's at the football, and I don't. Oh wait, and wait, is there custodian? Oh yeah, I forgot about the custodians at junior high. All the custodians are black. The high school, I think there's one coach, but since I didn't have a PE class and I wasn't in that vicinity at the time I was at the high school, I'm not positive. I know there's a black coach there. Mm. And I'm not even certain how many black female teachers are at that high school. I'm gonna just make an assumption that there was at least two. Two, yeah, I think. Yeah. So so back when I was in school, we had black teachers, black male teachers, and now is not too many of them. Shoots, I even was shocked. I had one kid was telling one of the school that had the coach that come every now and then to do the P for the kids. Um, that he couldn't be a teacher. Cause he came in to sub for a while, cause one of the teachers was out. Um, and he came because he also could sub. Because officially he was teaching PE at all these different elementary schools, but he also could sub, and he subbed for a while. And the kids were telling him that he can't be a teacher. He's a coach. And it said the coaches are teachers. And he couldn't get it. He said, but you can. You're a man. He was so used to teachers being female, he couldn't wrap his head. I said, wait a minute. But yeah, that school they only have one male teacher. He's not black, he's white. But he was the only male teacher, and it said, well, what about Mr. So and so? Oh yeah, I keep forgetting because the bulk of the school is all female teachers, the majority white, a handful of black. Yeah, yeah. They keep trying to get my old fifth grade teacher out of retirement because he retired young. He still got teacher in him because he keeps trying to teach. He keeps trying to teach me, his daughter, and his wife. Every time I get around there, I was like, you know what? You need to go back. You need to go back to teaching. You still got a lot of teacher in you and stuff like that. It said you need to give it to ones that appreciate it. You teaching, you teaching the choir here. You preaching to the choir here. You know, But no, he don't. But he did sub for a while. He dealt with some of the special ed kids before he hurt himself. Before he got hurt. Um, yeah, because we had one. He don't listen to females. He don't. He's surrounded by female because he looks after his little sisters and stuff like that. His little brothers and their mom. Okay, I'm getting into some business, but so he don't listen to to females. He'll listen to a certain degree, but not really. He's like he's humoring us. Uh huh. Yes, ma'am. And then you go do what you want to do. So he needed a male authority. They show he respect the male authority. So my teacher was taught about out of his wife out of retirement to help her deal with him. He needs a male voice. You know, he needs to hear that authority of a male, which it holds true for him, and actually quite a few of the other ones too. They'll listen a lot better. But I guess because he fell in line, the others fell in line too. But anyway, it's getting late. I'm getting down to the last six of y'all. I told y'all how many millions of bedtime stories now. I'm surprised y'all not sleeping down there. All right, so let's call it a night. Let me get my music all set up. Peace, power, and unity. I'm getting better. I don't have to do 3 goodbyes anymore. No more 3 goodbyes. Yeah, bad habit I pick up from my mom. I always had to do 3 goodbyes. Yeah, yeah. We tease her about it. Let's say, okay, are we on the first goodbye? Or let's say, people used to wonder why I would sit down when my mom said, okay, come on, let's go. Goodbye, y'all. I said, nah, trust me. She ain't made it to the third goodbye. She ain't going nowhere. Okay, so Clifford, this is not a porn site. Stop advertising your porn. You crazy bot. You got to go. I have to report you for explicit material. All right. So peace, power, and unity, everyone. I'll catch y'all next time. If not, you definitely catch us for ladies' night. All right. Let's leave out with some music.